Leave meeting.
Okay. And you can still see the screen, correctly? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, everyone ready? Everyone got the sneaky snacks, the character sheets, the dice?
I got 15 minutes till my food's here, but I'll be good.
Okay.
I
So,
do not have my dice. Hold on. We're good. Go ahead. You're gonna hear rustling.
Previously, all of you expending lots of resources was able to save a mass majority of those within the forum. Many elves would have died if not for your guys' intervention and your quick coordination. Leaving you all a little winded, all of you went down into the lounge areas to talk with some of the more prolific leaders of the Evermeet currently, including the Drow priestess, and Isolde. Discussing a little bit of planning and what your guys' direction would go, you read the note that was left behind by the enigmatic vampire known as Korik, who invited you to where the Summer Palace at least used to be. As Ascending was sent out to Erethdor, screaming for all of you to not go. Your next destination to all of you was very clear. And as you teleport directly to the Summer Palace, the teleportation circle provided to you by Korik, you all swept away into the now very darkened sky, the thorny jungle surrounding the lake, and the desolate castle before you. As Korik stands on the steps below you, or above you, he says to all of you, "Now, who is hungry?" And as he turns to open the door, he stops, looks to all of you and says, "Before we go in, I feel that there is some transparency I must share with all of you. When you enter these halls, you cannot harm me. I am immune to standard things that much of the vampires you have fought against have used. And you'd find that healing and resurrection of clerical means be very difficult within these halls." Do I have all of your understanding on this?
Say that again for Lindsay.
You cannot, without an accent, he's saying that you cannot attack him. Healing magic and resurrection spells are quite difficult in this area. And he is immune to all weaknesses that you have employed against vampires.
Inside check.
Yeah, go for it.
13.
13. A little hard to read, but he's speaking plainly. You don't know you don't know if he's telling the truth or not. Could be the accent.
Probably.
How's my mace looking?
He specified. Oh, sorry. Do you think?
The mace, it is glowing blue.
What do we see in the other 180 degrees of our vision? Like, if I look back, what do I see exactly?
If you turn around, you see you will see the shores that lead out to the rest of the jungle or the woods, forested area of the Evermeet, which is now choked with these dead trees and massive viney thorns that go through the entire area, blocking and pretty much preventing a lot of the pathways that may have once existed here.
Question, he specified while inside. Right? He did say while inside these halls.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Is he currently inside those halls?
I mean, he is outside the door.
Okay. I'm going to just quietly say, well, quietly, enough for him to hear. Not. You know what I mean. I'm just gonna say, well, in that case, why don't you just answer our questions while we're outside? Subtle spell suggestion, 3rd level, and he has a disadvantage on that.
Does he have disadvantage? How come?
He does have disadvantage because I currently have a thing that when I use a sorcery point, he gets disadvantage. Shadowfell Shard.
Okay.
Also, Tog, were they talking for a minute?
Give me 1 second. All right, so 17 and a 19 plus a lot.
On the die, 17 and 19?
Yep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Getting off to a rip snorting good start.
Oh, yeah.
You cast a spell.
Oh no.
The spell reaches out, and you see it take hold, and you immediately know it does not take control. You also see some runes start to glow around the outside of the door, and he just kind of calmly looks over at that, looks over at you, and goes, "You know, I would have been disappointed if you didn't try. So, thank you for meeting expectations. I greatly appreciate that."
Of course, you're not considered our host just yet, so I figured.
Of course, I am a faceless, evil figure behind shadows. I understand the need for underhanded tactics. I am not one to not use them myself.
Of course, that is why we're here.
What happened? What did I miss? What did she do?
I'm not quite sure, but something happened.
I tried to have a conversation.
Enjoyable. So, is there understanding? By all means, I will not keep you here. You are more than welcome to turn around and leave. However, if you stay, I'm sure that we can come to mutual arrangements that could benefit not only both of us, but, well, save your precious Evermeet.
If we are walking inside, are we assuming that you are bound to your word?
You are bound to... You're bound to the laws of this hall and the land. Of course, in the ways that I have modified them.
And while inside that hall, are we free to enter and move about unassaulted?
But of course, unless I have found that you all have broken the rules of which I have brought before you.
So specifically, not attacking you.
Nods.
And any others?
These are only rules that I have provided for you. I just also wish that you, if you are to rummage through my things, which I am sure you're bound to do, that you not take it with you.
So no thievery, no assault. Are we able to eat the food?
But of course, you're here for dinner, is not what I invited you for? She's quite inquisitive. Is she your leader? Kind of looks as a question to all of you. At this point, Hazonia, it has been a minute so far.
Okay.
What would you like to know?
I just want to know if their charisma is higher than me and if
Yes.
their level is higher. Okay.
Yes.
And but level, I'm assuming as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Charisma's higher than 16.
So
Good to know.
as he is standing before you, he's standing with an air of, and you've seen this in your guard days, nobles who kind of hold themselves to a higher regard. Oh, excuse me, choked. A higher regard. except that most of the nobles that you've met have very little in the way of... They have little show for their high regard. A lot of it is bluster. He stands like a person who has been through the thick of it. He stands confident. He stands in front of all of you without a care in the world. And as far as his level, just his movement is liquid. Every movement that you've noticed is planned. Everything that he does is both a theatrical act to you and a practiced stance. You notice that with every time he moves his feet, it is never in a spot to where is never in a spot to where he cannot defend himself. He is never caught off foot. And that comes with years, if not decades or centuries of practice.
To answer your question, she's not our leader. We kind of just do a, trial by group kind of thing.
I'm more of an autonomous collective.
Round robin type of leadership. Been there, done that. I have not found that has particularly worked for me, but whatever works for all of you, I suppose. So, may I invite you in? And the door slowly opens of its own accord.
May I ask one question?
But of course.
What's on the menu?
Oh, well, I wanted it to be surprise. Would you like surprise, or would you like me to tell you now? Because I did spend quite a long time ordering the staff and overseeing the meal created.
I'm typically not one for fixed menu restaurants, but so be it.
So you want surprise, or?
What?
I would prefer it not to be.
Well, very well. He now looks physically deflated a little bit, a little disappointed. I had a large pig be roasted and braised with notes of apple being soaked into the meat, along with various salads be brought before that pulls from many of Feywild's greenery and gardens, which it took quite a bit of time to collect. Also, if that is not to your liking, because I understand that many people's tastes are not quite as carnivorous as others, I also brought in some amazing roasted vegetables, which hail from Kalimshan, very, very rare in its cultivation and preparation, so it tastes magnificent.
Is he telling the whole truth?
Make an insight check.
15.
Hard to read. Seems like everything he's saying is theatrical, but you really don't have a reason to peg him down as a liar quite yet.
Do his teeth show as sharp?
I was gonna say.
As he's speaking, he does have pointed fangs in the canines. Yes.
You have exquisite taste for a vampiric type.
I've heard that before. Thank you.
Does my past knowledge, or would you like me to roll something to see if can vampires eat regular food?
Judge from your
what we do in the Shadows world, where he vomits if he eats human food?
Judging from your past rolls, an undead creature doesn't need to eat, nor do vampires need to eat. They don't eat, breathe, sleep. Blood is more of a sustenance of strength as opposed to requirement. The food is off. It doesn't fit a vampire now.
Are you? Does your digestive tract even process it, or is it? You're fascinating.
Well, thank you, small and diminutive human. You're quite fascinating yourself, especially with the, how long have you had that injury in your shoulder?
Oh,
You're fully clothed, by the way. There's no evidence of your injury.
it hasn't been long. Maybe it's been like a month, hasn't it?
No, it's been
It's
days.
been like maybe a week.
Yeah, it's been like a week. It's been about a week. Magical healing has aided in the pain, but yes, it's not. I'm not quite used to it yet.
And yet, with your magical prowess, it is very. I find the movements being very restrictive, losing that much muscle mass in shoulder. No.
How? I'm wearing several layers of clothing. How are you?
Would you like to come inside? And he kind of gestures to all of you.
Maybe have your name first.
Of course, Korik Zafarin, and bows very deeply.
You say Zafari?
Zafarin.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
And Tog, just for my own sake, I'm trying to remember. Was he the one that kind of did the like thing with the letter and put it on the chair?
Yes,
Yep.
he looks very much like him. It's from the distance, the color palette, the form is very much the same. Looking him up close, the detail is striking, to say the least. And as you're up close, all of you, you see him. He is gaunt. His face is sunken in as if a dried corpse. He has many scars and lacerations across the face, especially one that goes down the upper lip and down into the bottom, into the chin. His hair, though, despite his appearance, is luscious, going down to a ponytail, down to the top of the back. And the crown he wears keeps it all in place. His stature is not overimposing, but despite the coat and the armor, his base figure is still quite large.
He is. You said Fey figure.
Base figure.
Okay. Is he? Does he look Fey, or is he?
It does not look fey. No.
I'll kind of look to the rest of the party and raise an eyebrow.
We have
Still.
not eaten recently. Is it... Calliope, if he's not actually a fae, we can eat the food, correct?
Technically, yes. We're dealing with difference between speaking of fays and dealing with fey hospitality. Fey hospitality is the guest and host rules. It's slightly different. Just as unpleasant.
But we can eat. We've been in prison for...
He stated that we can eat. As well as long as we don't attack him or steal from him, we should be fine. There are no other rules other than those two that you've stated.
It is correct.
And we're here for a conversation and a meal.
But of course.
And we are not to be attacked as well.
Not by myself, no.
But
Is
by
there...
the other, but by the others
I don't like that answer.
in your castle?
You're all very skittish. I love it. It shows experience, and it shows that you have knowledge of prior events. You're not gullible, and I very much appreciate that.
Gullible enough to come here after such a boring invitation. It just has been a long day, and we're
Ori,
hesitant to kill somebody else.
did letter not explode in hand and form sigil on ground? I thought that was very flashy.
Well,
I'm still trying to figure out the magic of it, honestly.
I mean,
if I'm close enough to... Quintus is kind of close. Cover his mouth. It wasn't very exciting at all, actually.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
It sucked.
Maybe
It
I
was
will.
boring.
Maybe I will.
78.
18.
18. Okay. All right. He with a natural 1 on his end.
Take that, frickin' guy.
He just looks at that and he's not upset or angry or perturbed by your answer. He just looks really disappointed, and not at you, just in himself.
For future recommendations, the exploding letters was a bit of a rage a few hundred years ago. The current thing is letters that will open themselves. You can write on them, and then it sends back to you. That way, you can get an answer whether or not they're going to come. You can do it in the same flashy way. It's a little more practical.
He kind of just nods, taking in what you say, and goes, "It is unfortunate downside of living for so long. It's
All
trends
behind the
just
times.
Exactly. Trends just come and go. So
But
frustrating.
to be clear, you will not attack us, but perhaps others that inhabit your abode will.
I make no promises for others who are in this castle. Personally, frankly, I do not promise to myself to not attack or kill you. But all of you have something of which are very useful to me. And so I would not attack or kill those who are of use. Besides, I spent a long time preparing for a meal. It'd be quite stupid of me to kill guests and then have all this food.
Just
Fair enough.
quick question.
Are we
with-
allowed
with
self-defense?
If I
What,
deem
Isaac?
it necessary.
Question. His rules stated no assaulting him, or just no attacking?
No
You said-
attacking. Go ahead, Keen.
I thought he said no attacking him and no stealing his stuff. But it wasn't that we couldn't heal, it's just that it would be harder. Is that correct? He said it would be difficult to heal, but he never said that it was against the rules.
That is what he said.
Okay. Well, these rules suck.
They're meant to be. It is definitely a power dynamic between the two, between me, myself, and all of you. I have all the power and leverage, and you are to come in and enjoy yourselves.
To ask a
Yes.
question.
I've always been into power play, but a little bit more versed than that.
I am more than happy to ask more questions, but I wish to step inside. Would all of you like to step inside as well, and we can continue this conversation?
Walk and talk?
If nobody's gonna say anything, I'll look at Calliope. These rules seem horrendous. He can do anything he wants to us, and we can't do anything to him upon entering.
Those are the rules.
Can we change the rules?
If he breaks his rules as the host,
He has no rules.
that's the thing. If he stops being the host at any point, we're not part of these rules.
How would one stop being a host if he said, I can attack you at any time?
Is the question. Is there...
How about we'll enter if you
Yeah.
adjust your rules for us? The
I will
same
not.
rules apply to us as to you. Well, it'd be a very boring dinner by yourself.
It will be. It will be. I admit. Well, if that's the case, I'd say good luck in tracking down Kerzestin.
Question
If you
really
wish to
quickly.
turn around and head back.
Just real quick question.
Yes.
Based on my knowledge of Fey hospitality, are there any rules as a host that he is generally, or the hosts are generally?
Judging
of.
by your rules, yes, there are rules of Fey hospitality with the host.
Mhm.
Make a religion check for me.
Motherfucker. Where's my dice? There it is. 19.
19.
Damn.
I've got a +1.
All right.
Damn.
With a 19.
I need to get proficiency in religion.
With a 19, you kind of step back a little bit and just look out into the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the destroyed remains of this massive building just sinking into the lake. And you look back at the massive castle before you. You're getting a feeling that whatever rules or magics were in place that inhabited this area, or maybe even the building itself, has been perverted in some way just by the cavalier attitude of the man before you. The rules that you know, probably not all of them apply.
Sister, this is more your wheelhouse. I'll follow you anyway, but I'm also down to kick the fucking door down and ask him questions at the end of a sword.
Question, actually, with that. He has to be a host for those rules to be the case.
Maybe.
Standard rules of Fae have been manipulated. You can see it in just the water outside. It's not supposed to flow that way.
And that means...
That means that we don't know what rules he is actually applicable to the standard housing or hospitality of Fae. But we need answers, and unfortunately, it's either this, or we go through more drastic measures.
All right, well, somebody else dies, I blame Quintus. Shall we?
Right.
You're the one with the great sword.
It's in the bag at the moment. Excuse me.
It's still on you.
I still know you have it.
You do always leave the hilt at the most convenient moments. Music's going weird, by the way.
Oop.
Do we want to find information about Kira Zastan this way, or it's still doing it, or another way?
I don't know of another way.
I do not think he will give us any information on her unless we enter.
He says that we can be useful to him, which means he wants something from us.
Of course.
It looks like he's asking for a trade.
Well then. This is going to be very unpleasant. Just remember the rules, and I guess this is what we have to do.
My vote's
Sure.
no.
Better. Zephyri, Hazonia, Quintus.
I say we risk it, but also my judge of the situation is not exactly unbiased.
So
Sure, yeah.
basically, a point in my favor, actually, I think.
That's a little presumptuous, I feel.
I have a wry smile. I don't make up the rules.
I guess the first question I even have is, could any of you even get us back?
I
Oh.
could get us back.
I could get us back too, and then I wink.
I could get us to another plane, but that might not be our best option.
Especially with time running out.
My vote is we at least listen to what he has to say.
Should we come to an impasse, are we allowed to leave?
Oh, you are more than welcome to leave at any time.
Unharmed? Unassaulted?
Not from
Unmolested.
myself, no. Like
All
I
right.
said.
See, you keep saying that, and that's such an easy cop-out, and I do not like that.
You also stated about a minute and a half ago that you will likely assault us as well.
If you prove to me that you are not going to be useful, or you are not being very rude to me, like I have right to be outraged. If I'm bored, you all seem very capable. I have not fought in a very capable capacity in a very long time, so.
But you're not talking about a fight, you're talking about attacking us while we can't fight.
Of course not. If we were to come to blows, of course I'd allow you full capabilities. In fact, I'd ask you to rest first before we go to battle.
Unless you have some way of
Is he,
Inside
hold
telling.
on,
check
is he
that.
being honest about that? Hold on,
Inside
what?
check that, please.
Go for it, both of you.
That's actually pretty good. My insights are always shit these
God,
days.
bro, I haven't rolled a single thing over fucking 7. Or over 6 actually.
23.
17.
17 and
Still pretty good.
23.
Well, he's got a great insight. I've got a normal insight.
So with a 17, you're starting to get used to the accent and the mannerisms. You don't know what is more terrifying.
Mhm.
The fact that he's telling the truth,
Mm-hmm.
or the fact that he's telling the truth.
You were likely friends then with what was his name? Zorik?
Zarek?
Zarek? Zorik? Dragonborn?
Zabrak.
Oh, the
Bylem.
Rot scale.
Phylum?
Bylem. We can discuss more about him if you'd like to come in. At this point, talking on front stoop seems so childish.
I'm gonna walk up the stairs.
Okay.
I'm gonna just lay a hand on Quintus as he passes and just say, "Let him enter first. It's only polite."
I would stop at the doorway and say, "After you, be my guest."
I'm gonna quietly lean into Quintus and say, "Watch where he fucking steps."
And stay close to me.
The doors open wide, letting in the view of the foyer as he kind of steps aside inside the doorway and just kind of bows politely and kind of lets you in. Who walks in?
No, after you.
He's inside.
He entered.
He's beyond the threshold, yes. And he's basically holding the door open.
Okay.
I'll enter.
I'm gonna make sure I'm within 10 feet of everyone.
Okay. Do all of you enter?
I would enter.
Lead the way.
Finn, you enter, okay. Need a hearty consent from
Begrudgingly.
everybody.
Begrudgingly.
Also, kind of an odd thing. We are in the hall of a Fey, like a Fey hospitality. If someone gave us their name as a person who was part of Fey Court and Fey hospitality, would I know how that works?
God, I'm dead.
In what capacity are you asking?
When I asked for his name, I specifically stated, "May we have your name?" That is a common Fey trick to gain someone's name and power over it. Would I know how to use that?
No, you do not. All right. As you enter inside, immediately the opulence is seen before you. The large staircase leading up to the possibly second floor that leads into the rest of the castle, it seems, stands before you in these beautiful stonework that just spirals with the grout, with the railings matching that kind of artistry that leads and flows like water up into the second landing. Below you are several doors that lead off to several areas that seemingly deeper into the keep, with two very large animal skin rugs off to the left and right of you.
Toggy, again, if you move it quickly, all we're seeing is frames.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just trying to look at the best angle to give you like the best, clearest picture. And immediately as you enter, whispers start to poke at your ears like soft needles that kind of almost pull or draw your attention over to several areas in the corners around you of this keep. Anyone with a passive perception of 20 and higher will notice that as the whispers, you will kind of feel your head pull and toward the portraits. Just that inane, slight whispering. Who has a passive perception above 20? Raise your hand. Okay, so just Hazonia and Zafari, both of you just kind of look around immediately as the rest of you just hear that prickling of whispers in your ears. And Korik looks at all of you and goes, "Welcome to my home. Greatly appreciate all of you in coming to share in my presence. Greatly appreciate it. Would you like to look around before we head to dining hall?"
I'll be allowed to ask questions while we have a tour.
I will. I mean, more than happy, but there are just some things I wish to discuss over dinner.
Is this a tour, or do you just want us to go bumping around?
You can take tour of foyer, or you can take tour in further in of castle if you like. Just for now, maybe just take a look around you at the foyer, and if we need to go in further, we can. Far be it from me to be your escort, but if you'd like commentary along the way, please don't hesitate to ask for a tour guide.
Good question. When he said take a look at the foyer, where did he point to?
He's just kind of make an insight check, actually.
Sweeping gesture.
It is a very sweeping gesture, but
Natural one.
Natural one.
Yep.
Natural fun, more like.
My name is Korik. Welcome to Music Television Crib. Anyway,
Wow.
sorry.
That was
This
good.
is where magic happens. And this is where I sleep.
This is my collection of Air Jordans.
Okay, so he goes ahead and starts walking up the foyer stairs, and just kind of stops at the head of it. What do all of you do?
Let me get a little peek poo at these fucking portraits, yo.
Okay. What portraits are you wanting to look at?
Probably the ones that I can see. Probably not the ones behind me. If there are some above the stairs, cool.
Okay. So
I'm not trying to turn my back or eyes. I'm not walking up these stairs.
you're not walking up these stairs. Okay, so
No.
you're going to be looking at portraits over here then?
No, I will be looking up the stairs at the portrait. I'm not turning my back on him right now.
Gotcha. All right, you stare at the portraits upstairs. You can kind of hear the whispering.
Mhm.
You can't really make it out, not from this distance.
Okay. Can I focus on without like turning my back to him? Can I make out what's going on the one to my right?
Again, the whispers are a little louder, but they're still whispers. You probably have to get a little closer to try and make it out. Yes, Finmir?
If there's a moment where I can, without drawing any attention or being heard, lean over, like in the midst of movement, and whisper to Quintus, if we can keep an eye out for wards or some way to break the magic of this household, that may be a good thing.
I'll keep an eye out, but remember, I don't read Elvish.
I do. If you see anything, let me know.
Very well.
Safari, what are you doing?
Is my mace still blue?
Still going blue.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stick close to my friends just in case.
To be clear, it is glowing blue in the same way that it has glowed blue in other instances where you are just traveling in a hostile environment. It's just that gentle blue of you're not safe, but no one is out trying to actively kill you, if that makes sense.
Is Gorion anywhere?
As you think about that, I still kind of want to know what Zafari's doing first. What are you doing?
Okay.
I'll just tap Hazonia on the shoulder and just kind of give her like, keep your eyes on me, like watch my six. I'm gonna walk over to the painting to my right.
To your right? Okay.
Yeah.
Hazonia, since you can also hear the whisperings and where Zafari is going, you have an idea of what she might be trying to do. But as you step closer up to the wall and kind of stare up at the painting, go ahead and give me a perception check. As you're now trying to make out the whispers.
Is that for both of us or just Safari?
Just for Safari, because she is right there at the portrait.
That is a 21.
21. That is... Oh, which one is that?
21?
21?
21?
Okay. With a 21, as you step closer, as you start to make out the whispering gets louder. And immediately you kind of start to stare up at the portrait, and that is all you are affixed to for a moment. Until finally you hear, just as if standing in the middle of the street, you can hear the bustling and moving of the city. A couple of people kind of yelling out praises of certain goods that are passing by. A couple of people kind of raucously laughing at a joke nearby. People peddling their wares. You're overwhelmed with a sense of community, a sense of safety. And that's all you get.
Okay.
The hustle and bustle of the city reduced down to whispers again. Quintus, you want to do something? Oh, you asked about Gorion. As you think about him, Gorion just steps up out of your periphery and just kind of stares up at Korik and just looks around. He is stern-faced and he is on alert. Eyes kind of wide, as if stepping directly into a thieves' den.
Under my breath, I would say, do you think that worked, or do you think it's futile to attempt to? What do you think?
What are you referring to?
That little maneuver at the door, do you think that worked?
Which maneuver are you talking about?
I said, after you, be my guest. And he entered the door. I'm wondering if that worked.
Gorion just shakes his head. Cleverness is not going to get you through this.
I thought not. All right.
Pray tell, what will, Magic Man?
Immediately, Gorion just shoots over and starts staring at one of the portraits.
What is the fairy looking at?
Memories. He kind of murmurs and then just kind of steps back out of your periphery and disappears. What are the rest of you doing? You at this point you've seen Korik walk up the staircase and kind of just calmly and not impatiently just wait, just kind of smiling and just kind of looking at you almost dotingly and just staring around at the foyer himself every now and then. You see Safari step aside and kind of just stare at a painting for a couple of beats before shaking out of some sort of reverie. And then Quintus is just muttering to himself and then has a shock of surprise on his face. And then that's it. What's the rest of you doing?
I'm just kind of like doing the whole, almost like a college tour, kind of walking backwards, looking around, getting kind of close up to Zafari and just kind of lean over and be like, see anything enlightening?
Sounds like a marketplace. I feel like I'm part of a community.
So you're hearing it too.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, Tog, I can tell it's coming from the painting, right?
The whisperings are coming from the paintings, yes.
Yeah.
Should we check out the other ones? Or proceed to
behind you.
dinner? I will meander to the other one on the other side.
Okay, so you're going to go to this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going with her.
All right. Are you both going to try and perceive? And what is the rest of you doing?
Totally not eating rice.
You do not have rice on your person. No, Quintus would not.
Quintus actually always carries pocket rice, cooked and uncooked for different situations.
Just in case he ever drops his spell book in some water.
Don't talk about back pocket spaghetti. Calliope's gonna kind of sidle up next to Finn, and kind of just like bump his shoulder with her shoulder, and just kind of quietly mutter this: "I don't fucking like this. It's always the same fucking thing. Why do we have to?"
I think you're muted, Finn. Or did you say something? Okay.
Just being the cool brother.
Hazonia, Safari, go ahead and roll perception checks.
Might be one of my highest rolls of all time. You said perception, yeah?
Yeah.
32.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
You know who painted it, what year, what he had for lunch, the
My
brush
God.
strokes.
It's a Rembrandt.
Oh, there's
What do you mean? Who
Um,
painted it? It's one of his memories. He knows this shit.
a little cat paw print on it. Oh,
This is a 25.
All right.
I can actually smell the painting.
Both of you stare up at it. The rest of you kind of see them kind of start staring blankly at this portrait for just a couple beats, like maybe a second and a half. As both of you are staring up, and you both hear the sound of wind whistling through the air, as if the beginning of a rainstorm. And you hear a blustery man speak and go, "You see, Korik, this is our legacy. You will protect our people. The legacy of this land is yours to protect." And that's it. Music.
Look over at Hazonia. Just gonna make eye contact with Hazonia.
And the image in this painting memory, is it? We get the vibe that it's the castle we're at, or is it something completely
It
unrelated?
is something completely different. It
Okay.
is of a large city area, a
Okay.
large like plaza, completely unfamiliar to you.
Just gonna turn around and look at Korik.
Me too.
Can I help you with something?
I'll save this conversation for dinner.
But of course.
Just kind of
Oh,
nudge.
back. Mhm.
Nudge. You think he failed or succeeded at protecting his people?
Seeing as he's a vampire and not there,
All right.
I'm gonna walk back to the group.
Yep.
Okay. What do you two do? Both of you, all of you see Hazonia and Safari kind of approach both of you, both with quizzical looks on their faces.
You guys hear that as well? I'm just kind of like murmuring, probably not loud enough that he would be able to hear us.
I
least
mean,
that's the idea.
I'm assuming
Can
that
I
he
hear that?
can.
Yeah.
All of you can hear the whispering, but only Safari and Hazonia can perceive that the whisperings are coming from the actual portraits themselves. For all of you, it's like this white noise that will not go away. You know, like white noise that that you can eventually just ignore background wise. This does not do it. That doesn't happen that way here. You kind of just hear the whispering kind of just permeate.
I think we can all hear it. Just didn't lead us to go peruse the art.
You see, now I'm not the only one who hears things.
Just kind of gesturing to both. They're not paintings, they're windows into the past.
Into memories.
His past. Exactly.
That's what Gorion
How do
says.
you know that?
That's what Gorion told me.
What else does
How did he know
Gorion have to
that?
say? Yeah, what else has Gorion told you? If we could get
Or was it-
live captioning for him, that'd be appreciated.
You know, like they do for the deaf people at the plays, at the stage
Exactly.
plays. We just have those page children in front with the written words of the script. They hold them up on either end of the
You have-
stage.
Baldur's Gate must have very progressive laws because I've never seen that in my region.
And
Waterdeep
abundance
as
of
well.
child labor.
Someone has to pay off their parents' debts. Lord knows I threw enough people into jail for debts.
You know, you work your way up in the theater is what I've been told.
Real fast, Keenan, could you check Zoom which mic you have set? Because right now you sound very distant and scrackly.
I think it's my microphone.
And mysterious.
I'll adjust it, hopefully. Whenever I plug in this camera, it's got a built-in mic that sucks. No, it should be this one right here. Is this better?
That's much better.
Yeah. What a
Those gaming mics just like gotta be all up like face fucking you for it to be like to hear you properly.
I like it. 'Cause, I mean, if when I pull it away, then it goes like I don't know. It's nice.
No, it's definitely good. However, your response was perfect. Like, yeah, no, I like it when it face fucks me. It gets me really in the game. But anyway, all right. What does everyone else do now with that information?
Shall we be wined and dined?
Let's at least move to the next room. This one's a bit.
I get the feeling he wants us to see more of his keep. So
Not exactly the most welcoming decorations. Strike 2. I don't know.
Make another deception check.
are those two suits of armor there as well?
But by the portraits, yes.
Is this one? Is it with disadvantage?
It is not with disadvantage. No.
Then it's a 28.
28.
know.
Again, Korik just kind of looks at you and just, again, not disgruntled, but just like genuinely
man.
hurt.
Oh.
You see him just like, he almost like kind of takes it in and just kind of like fans himself a little bit, but otherwise tries to maintain composure.
And I'll kind of walk by him. Hopefully dinner will be fantastic.
Make a, just for the fun of it, just make an intimidation check for me.
Come on, baby.
They don't even give dental. Oh.
No. It's a 15.
Don't even have
15. Wait, let me double check.
Oh no. Are we gonna die over hors d'oeuvres?
We're gonna sass our way into his heart, you know?
He, just the worst possible insult, like Findamir just like impaled on his sword, and you're just like whisper with your death rattle. It's like, I thought your paintings were pedantic. Just immediately falls to the ground, just no!
Terrible form on your sword thrust. It's a shame to die this way.
What?
Blah.
Yeah, no. He's at this point he's a little sufficiently rattled. As you step by, you just like a master chef kind of like trying to impress the health inspector or a restaurant restaurant raider. Like he kind of just like tries to like up the posture a little bit, you know, like he's trying to impress you.
This is unexpected. All right.
Is Findamir actually gonna fucking Regina George our way through this? Are we mean girling our way through this entire evening right now?
If we can
What
defeat.
are you? I'm an idiot vampire sandwich.
If we cannot
Tell me
break
how to
his
stop
body,
the vampires.
we will break his spirit.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Oh my god. 1 second here. What is the rest of you doing? Findamir has walked upstairs.
I'm gonna walk as well.
Okay. As Hazonia and Zafari pointed out, now that they have discerned what the whispering is coming from, all of you now can, as you're walking by, can feel the whispers kind of like almost pull or drag you in almost as you're walking by. But you can keep walking if you like. As Korik goes ahead and starts walking in this direction. Do the rest of you follow? Do the rest of you listen to more pictures? What do all of you do?
Get sad that the Uber Eats didn't get the right food for me.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Thank you for that contribution. I appreciate it, Quintus.
That's rough, man.
They sent me pork.
Oh no. How a bummer, dude.
Sorry, man. But anyway, what are all of you doing?
I casually view them as the paintings as we walk past, not look too deep into any of them, just kind of give little look-sees.
So you're not trying to perceive?
I will.
Sure, I'd be trying to perceive. I'm just not trying to like take a full action to like stop and be like around.
Okay, so you just walk on by. Kind of just gaze, hear the whispers, and keep walking.
Sure.
Zafari, you said you are taking each one in?
I'll do it.
Okay. Anyone else doing the same thing?
I mean, I'll try.
Okay.
As we walk by.
24.
So are you looking at these two pictures here
Yeah.
and then leaving this one alone?
The gamer in me tells me that I should go to that far one. So I will.
Okay.
We could also divvy up our attention, and whoever goes to one, someone else could look at the one they're not looking at.
Totally up to you guys. There is a lot in this castle, so I'm being very, very particular, being very anal about this. So I just want to know what everyone is doing. So
you spent 1,000,000 years building it,
So Safari, you're going here. Quintus, you're looking at this one, and someone's looking at this one, presumably Hazonia. Does anyone else also look at any of these? I think Calliope says she's walking by.
I'm gonna watch him during all of this.
Quintus?
Not gonna get...
Okay.
No,
I'll look at the middle one.
Okay. Oh, you're watching Korik.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you trying to glean anything?
Trying to get his reaction from everything, kind of see if there's any signs of what he's thinking as we're doing these things.
Trying to psych himself up from Finn's sick
Okay.
burn.
Findemir, what are you doing?
I'm gonna be keeping an eye, just danger. My Findy senses are tingling, so I will be watching him, acting very calm and making sure that none of my friendos get sucked into some memory window painting or whatever the nonsense they described it as.
Okay.
Don't follow the whispers. Gollum told me that.
I've
What?
played enough Dark Souls. If a hand comes out and tries to suck me in, I'm not touching it.
Bold
All
of you
right.
to assume you have a choice.
We'll start with Safari. Safari, roll me perception.
And
And actually, if Quintus and Hazonia just want to pre-roll for me,
Yeah.
so we can keep it going.
Well, I already
Safari-
rolled, so 17.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay.
I ain't done nothing. I swear.
Let's see here. Okay. Safari, you lean in. You lean in, and again, that beat as you hear the whispers, and then kind of rushes like a sound of wind. You are immediately hearing the sounds of an echoey chamber, like a tomb almost, and just the echoings and just the ragged sobs of a man. And then you hear someone kind of patting someone else on the shoulder, and Korik's voice echoes, "It's all right, Terran. We will get them for justice and revenge." And pulls back.
All right, is there anybody? That's a bed, right? That painting?
Is a bed with that of a sleeping woman.
Does the woman look like she's dead?
It's kind of studying the painting. It looks like a very beautiful bed with an awning on it, but the woman seems to be in repose of death. You go ahead and give me an insight check real fast.
That is 26.
You get the feeling that these portraits, while they are echoes of memory, may also just be symbolic in its viewing. They are supposed to elicit feelings while looking and remembering these memories. So, as you are sucked into this memory, you get this very cold feeling of being in a tomb and hearing those voices play out.
Okay.
Quintus, what'd you roll?
4.
You rolled a 4?
Yep.
As you lean in, kind of like looking at them, just whispers, inane whispering. In fact, you get closer and it just gets more and more incoherent.
Okay.
Hazonia, you rolled?
17.
With a 17. You just hear over and over and over again in Cork's voice. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? You don't see much of anything. You just make out the hearing, but you're also just overwhelmed with a sense of dread and regret.
I'm assuming Korg is to my right, judging by what you have.
Yes, Korok is kind of waiting at the hallway for everyone. Findamir, or I'm sorry, Calliope. Go ahead and give me an insight check for Korok right now.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I don't know if you've ever been through an art gallery showing when the artists themselves are at that art gallery, but it's that cool indifference while also kind of like poking over, like, do they like it? Do they like me? Not that I care, but do they like it?
I'm gonna just kind of make eye contact with him and just... Are you going to explain any of them, or let them explain themselves?
Oh, do you wish for translation? Do you wish for a tour, so to speak? Do they speak to you?
I don't know. I've not really been one for this sort of art. Painted, even moving or not been my thing. But maybe a description of why they're important to you might give them credence. I always found sculpture to be the most interesting thing to me, but that's because I can feel the motion of it. Paintings kind of lay, but an artist being there himself might change that.
Well, to be honest, and he kind of steps up to Hazonia as you kind of pull out to your reverie. Zora kind of just steps up close to you, not to get into your personal space, but more or less kind of standing over your shoulder and looking up at what seems to be a loose portrait of Korik himself, the head. Now that you've kind of see them side by side, but as you can see, the painting is streaked left and right, giving this blurred, almost hopeless look and effect to it. Just depression, almost. And he looks at it and goes, well, it's very fascinating, actually. Calliope, living for so long, well, living being a loose term, obviously. The brain, especially human brain, it's so hard to retain information. And so I can't really say what this memory speaks of, to be honest. Sometimes I can look and hear and almost feels like I can replay the entire events into my mind. But other times it's almost as if I'm viewing someone else's life. Forgotten memories that only my artistic expression can put onto the canvas. A memory forgotten by the painters themselves. Huh. I wonder what I have done. What I regret. Hazonia, what do you think this past me regrets?
Well, this particular portrait elicits more questions than answers.
That is what I've always found myself.
I do get a great sense of suffering.
That I do, as well. Well, whoever that man was, I'm sure he's dead and gone. Yeah, steps away back to the the hallway entrance. Looks over to Safari and Quintus. Did you find them to your liking?
Quite. And I'll just walk back to the group.
Was I supposed to find something?
You could not hear it.
I could hear it, yes.
What did it say to you? What were the whispers? How did the porter speak to you?
It's too much to put into words.
Make a deception check.
Do I even need to roll insight on that?
You do not need to
No.
roll on that.
No.
I'm gonna look into the painting to see if I can cover his ass.
Okay. Make a perception check.
You want that roll?
Yeah, give me that roll.
That's an
25.
8. Oh God, Quintus.
Just get him out of the way now. Just get him out of the way now. You see Korik just places a hand on his chest. Just. It is very kind of you. Thank you, Quintus.
No problem.
I swear I hear hope. I would have heart palpitations if it could beat. What'd you roll perception, Calliope?
25.
25. For the record, since I'm just going to say it just because you've met and beat it, 17 is the number you want to get. But 25. You hear grunts of pain, an exertion of sound, as there are, as if walking through a cobblestone or a stone castle similar to this, slight echoing bouncing off of the walls. And you hear just an exertion and then a kind of lowering of a body. And you hear just for a brief moment a familiar voice, one that you can't exactly place, just go, "Don't worry, I got you." And that's it.
So it wasn't much. I was right.
Well, that's not what you told him.
I think I see what's going on here. An hors d'oeuvre of sorts, an aperitif, a palate cleanser before our conversation. Maybe
Whatever do
something
you
to
mean?
lend to the perspective you have.
Oh no, I'm just being very gracious, Holstead. I'll be honest. Also sharing in one of my hobbies, art. It's something that I take great pride in.
So,
Do you like it? He kind of just leans in to you, Findamir. Just, do you?
Do I?
That's up to you. All the portraits that you see are exactly as they are shown.
I don't
They're
like the
some
twisted
are
face one, but I do like the one in the middle.
yeah, it's all very much to the viewer's liking. It's up to Findamir if he likes what he sees. Some of them are a little avant-garde. Some of the paintings are very crisp, very realistic. Others are more exaggerated expressions. It seems like he has done a lot of experimentation through the artistic form. Speaking of which, above you, the only portrait that does not seem to whisper is the one portrait of him above everyone that you see.
Or which one seems the newest?
Excellent question. Make a perception check.
Ten.
Hard to see, hard to tell.
Can I ask him?
Totally.
Which one's your most recent?
Oh, would you like to see it? It's actually down the other hallway.
I would like to see it. I see the different stages, different styles, and I will admit I do enjoy some of them.
At that point, his chest swells a little bit, and you can just see the corner of a very prideful smile at the corner of the mouth, but he kind of holds it together and goes, well then. And he kind of offers his arm to you, Findamir.
I'll take
Regina
it.
George complimented me.
I'll take it.
Kind of takes arm in arm and kind of leads you down the other hallway.
Can I really quick look up at the one of him and just kind of see if I...
Can I give a sharp, knowing look to Calliope? It's like,
Sure.
Best friends now.
and then I'll do this. I'll like look around the spot, and then I'll continue on with our host.
Okay.
Ask him to show you his blue period.
This is my prize work, Guernica.
Oh,
I call it sunflowers. But can I get a look at the one of him and just kind of see if I actually feel what I think I might feel from it?
Sure, you can take a look.
that
It
one
doesn't-
looks creepy as shit, bro. Did you really just put me in front of the it one?
I'll get to that in a second. As Finn and Korik step away, Safari, you look up and see it's not only, it just seems like a normal portrait. It does not send whispers, which almost has a bit of a void to it. In a lot of the room where all you hear is whispers, kind of like almost tantalizingly beg you to look at it. This is just a normal portrait, and in doing so kind of creates, in its mundaneness, an unnatural silent void within this room.
Are there any plaques or anything on the painting's frames? Any names?
None at all. They are just hung portraits there. No name, no signature, no plaques of meaning or explanation. They are just hanging there. Real quickly, before we go back to Findamir and Korik, what are the rest of you doing as he leaves down the side chamber?
I'll probably follow just in case for that sick ass aura.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm going to turn to Isonia and Quintus and say, this seems to be some sort of story of his life. If we can find out an order and what exactly happened, we might be able to glean some information on his past. It might be something useful. What have you found so far?
So far, it seems as if we're almost going already in a chronological order.
Right, but I don't think all of us have noticed all of the paintings. All I've got from this one is him holding some sort of woman, the sound of an alleyway, and some person that I almost remember the voice of. It's odd, saying, it'll be all right, I've got you, or something of that sort.
Yeah, it was really weird.
The one I was just
Quintus,
eyeing
did you know
over.
that your eyes run around sporadically when you lie? It's like you're searching for an invisible person to give you the answer.
Well, I do have
Actually-
an invisible person to give me an answer.
That's a good point. That's not actually what I was talking about. Sorry, Gorion, whoever the fuck you are. Not what I meant.
The two paintings in the entryway were of a city, one bustling, another a voice saying that Korik was to protect his people. Don't
Do we
know how
know
that one went.
what the city was? And
Do I
said
talk?
that
Make a history check.
Oh boy.
Can I look at the painting and see if I recognize it from any history books or anything like that? Any illustrations?
If you want to head back down the stairs and take a closer look, sure, but
I would love to.
go for it.
12.
12. doesn't really.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't really speak to you. It
And
looks
then
pretty mundane.
And
Guidance.
then the stairs turn into a slide.
I'm gonna as Quintus is going down, I'm gonna pat him on the back, kind of like backwards with my elbow, and just say, remember, it might be older than you think.
Okay, before we get to that roll, back to the next hallway.
Oh, I don't like those.
Cork.
This is what we call a Sunday afternoon. It's a wonderful painting based on my experiences in the Boy Scouts, where they put on giant white hoods and made me walk around in just a shirt.
It's very literal painting.
This is from my experience in great land of Guantanamo Bay.
Fuck, dude.
So
It was so fun. I went waterboarding in Guantanamo Bay. It was way more fun than they said it would be.
Down on the wicked beaches of Cuba.
you know we're recording this, right, guys?
No one's gonna see it.
Getting the bacon in Bay of Pigs. Sorry.
So,
Bless.
Findamir, you see Safari kind of walk up nonchalantly behind you and follow you as you come in arm. Cork leads you and releases your arm and just kind of stands in front of the portrait and goes, this is a newest portrait that I created. Actually, within last few months. What does it say to you? And looks over to you, Safari, and goes, feel free to gaze and look around as well. Do you both look at the picture? Do only one of you?
Natural 20.
Okay. Do you look at the picture as well, Findamir?
I'm gonna hesitate a moment before I do, and I'll gauge her reaction.
Okay.
Or 28.
All right. Safari, you hear a familiar voice, Lyra's voice, speak out. You have taken everything from me. I will destroy your very existence from memory itself. After all is said and done, you may certainly try. Why not direct that anger toward fixing Evermeet? And as this is being said, you get the same feeling of standing in this castle. That same, you hear the whispering happening around you as these words are being said. What do you do, Safari?
I just look sad. I stare at it for a couple more seconds. And then I look over at Finn. I look back at the painting.
Seeing that Safari doesn't melt and turn into a pile of armor, I will observe the painting.
Okay. Make a perception check.
9.
You kind of lean in and try to hear. Nothing. Just whispers. Get a sense of...
It looks like this painting?
It looks like this painting, yes. Yeah, all the paintings that you see, they are exactly as shown. Can you not hear it? Does it not speak to you?
This one does not speak to me, but it does capture a moment. The music is getting horrible again.
Yeah, sorry, but that was...
It does capture a moment and sadness. There seems to be sadness and maybe a choice or a turning point. Who's the lamb?
Oh, I painted this just after I converted Lyra. The one that you killed in the courtroom.
Yes, Lyra.
She had great promise, but honestly, the reason I wanted to reach out to all of you was you took out probably one of my more powerful subjects and defeated her with nothing. Very impressive, all of you.
What did you take from her?
Oh, her life, her elven self, the very thing that makes her elven. Practically took everything. Broke her down into many pieces to rebuild in my image. Honestly, it's not that hard or nefarious as I make it sound. And he's kind of looking at both of you as he's saying this conversationally. Frankly, it's when left with zero options, people remake themselves. Just a little nudge in right direction, and the desperate will follow Carrot where Carrot goes. Vampirism also helps. Twists the mind into something unnatural about themselves.
Yes, we've observed that.
I wonder what I used to be before these. But in any case, Lyra wanted, well, your island's penchant for racism was very easily instilled in her from early birth. And I was able to capitalize on that. Racism is such an easy tool to control and convert. Even easier on the one who thinks that they're holding a rod. Regardless, she had the most promise.
Awful lot of trade-off to die to us with nothing, as you said.
Agreed. I thought she was going to be a journeyman for myself for quite a long time. Oh well, no use crying over spilt blood. Do you see what I did there? Eh?
I do. That was actually quite clever.
Ah, thank you.
I would say I don't think Lyra would wear that as a nightgown, though. I knew her since childhood, you see, and, well, ourselves are a little more particular than just a white t-shirt at night.
Oh, true, but I
And
find
that
that
haircut, practically medieval.
Well, as you can see, the Whispers, some of these portraits are literal, and yet others are not. They're more representative.
Yes. Well, it'll be a pity to have to kill you if it comes to that. I do enjoy your paintings.
Well, thank you very much.
No offense, I don't enjoy this one.
I understand. She mentioned your names quite a few times before she died.
Yes. Well, I was the one that killed her in the end, so maybe there's some circle playing out. Thanks,
Poetic. Very poetic. And don't worry. He kind of claps a friendly hand on your shoulder and kind of leans in just in a conversational way. There are no gods here. Be at ease. And he kind of walks back to the hallway to check up on the rest of you.
I'm gonna step closer to Finn.
And I'm gonna look at the painting and I'll say, there are gods everywhere. because I carry them with me in my heart. And I'll make the sign of Coralon.
As you do that, make a Constitution saving throw.
+4.
+4.
Oh God!
Wait, hold on.
Did I say
Plus
Coralon?
5.
I meant Corathon.
Totally different.
Cora thought.
It's
actually +5 now.
Seconded, plus
And actually,
5.
Forever 21, the Korathong is a whole other thing.
Well, that's the highest saving throw ever. Finn's rolled 14 plus 4 plus a 5.
No, it's 14 plus 5.
Oh,
Oh
I
no,
have
you're
plus
plus your
4,
4.
so,
Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
Pretty good.
23.
It's 23.
Yeah, so as you kind of do the tracing of Coralon, immediately you get sick. There is almost a revulsion, a kickback, as if you had immediately drunk a laxative that had immediate effect and starting to regurgitate. But you kind of steel yourself, swallow, and you finish the sign in defiance. And Korik looks over, goes and just nods in approval, in amazement. Goes, very good. It's very difficult to be able to provide any sort of holy effigy within these halls. Well done, sir.
Well, yeah. On to better paintings and better news, better
You gotta
times.
pat him on the shoulder.
Thank you for being nearby.
I thought you might need it.
Okay. Do you follow him, or do you continue walking down the hallway?
I'll look down the hallway, but I'll whisper to Zephyr as I do that. Somebody knows that I'm thankful. I won't say the name here, because
Your breath smells like bile.
I'll go to prestidigitation, then think better of it. Maybe we'll have sorbet.
Do any of you look at any nearby portraits before we head off to Quintus real fast?
I will look at this terrifying, screaming woman.
Okay.
Scary stories to tell in the dark.
Can
For
you
real.
look up the hall? Because we did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to see that with that.
As you can look down the hall, you can easily see that there's a stairway and more paintings on either side, as well as a cross section that goes down another hallway.
Jesus Christ, I hate whatever that one on the corner is.
Yeah, the man in like the czar hat.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
I was thinking Holy Roman Emperor.
This one right here looks like Peter Paul Rubens.
I'm just putting that out there. That person over there is Vlad the Impaler.
Nice. I wonder what this one is. Is that a Peter Paul Rubens?
This one? I think
Yeah.
so.
That shit's tight. So he's famous for being people thought he painted with real blood because his stuff was so lifelike. So if you chose that, that's fucking sick.
maybe.
I don't
Art
like
stuff.
how you're getting my Easter egg so quickly.
Art stuff.
All right.
Surprise! Keenan is the art dad of our group.
So go ahead and roll your perception checks. Don't tell me yet. I'm sorry, Findamir, did you say you were going to look at this one? Okay, go ahead and roll
Keenan
me.
wants to because I like that painting, but Finn, I don't know. Finn just was looking up the hallway. I'm down to look at it if it's more fun for us, everybody.
It's up to you. Zephyr, you're looking at that one. Quintus, what'd you get for a history roll?
I have yet to roll, so
Go ahead and give me a history roll.
That is a 17 plus a.
Really quickly before you
D4.
finish that roll, yeah, I did say I guidance him. I don't know if that has any effect while in the house. Does anything do anything?
I'm going to say no. I mean, no, that it doesn't have an adverse effect. You don't have the same bile effect, so guidance will apply to Quintus.
Cool.
Okay, so which D4? I'll use this D4.
Yeah, that one feels right.
Yes, I got So that's a dirty 20 plus my bonus, which it makes it a total of
75.
30.
30. As you walk down the stairs and kind of gaze up, you want to give me a quick perception check, just see if you hear the same thing?
All right. Let's see how this goes. 12.
No. You hear the whisperings. But as you stare up at it and kind of look, oh, that's early Netherese.
How old is this guy?
This is after the massive calamities that happened in the Netheril Desert, where most of the people who survived, the more mundane people, went and migrated down and built a city that will be later known as the Zentarim Empire.
And this is the one where he's Netherese royalty. This is the one that they were saying, Ryan, are you here?
Gorion just kind of steps over out of your periphery and just kind of stares up and looks at it.
This is Netherese. They said that he is the protector of the people. That would make him at least high up. Maybe adjacent, royal adjacent. Perhaps even royal.
That would be some reasoning. Old is this individual before you. He is the remnants of the Netheril Empire, after the massive calamity of which happened in Netheril. People lived and moved on and forgot the Netheril Empire. They made their own people, their own lineages.
Huh. Yes. The concept of this is incomprehensible. I need to tell the others somehow.
Steps out of your periphery and disappears.
Well,
I would-
he goes down to look at this.
Go ahead.
Finish your thought.
I would turn and look up the stairs to Calliope with eyes like wide.
Okay.
While he's doing this, I'm actually going to go over to that little statue on the left-hand side, where there's a painting directly above it. From my memory.
There's two of them. So
left-hand side, that one.
left. Okay. Do.
I'm going off memory. I couldn't see it. I just was trying to remember where it was.
Sure. And Hazonia, what are you doing in this moment? Just to kind of get a feel.
I'm still at the top of the staircase with Calliope, right?
Yeah, I had you over here at this portrait here,
Okay.
but you can be.
I imagine I would join the rest of the group, be with them.
Okay.
At least the group that didn't go down the hallway.
Go ahead and roll me perception, Calliope.
10.
10.
Right, doesn't really-
You stare up at it. Whispers. Nothing more. You just kind of try and strain and kind of try and view something. Nothing yet. Quintus, as you approach, eyes wide, Hazonian, Calliope, you both turn to see him. Korik steps out into the hallway nearest you all, as you two are looking at your portraits. And Korik says,
Have you enjoyed looking around at portraits? Anything speak to you?
I had no idea that you were Netherese.
I do not consider myself Netherese, honestly. Most people of that age did not consider themselves Netherese after the fall. I assume that's what you gathered from a portrait?
The architecture is particularly striking.
Yes, my hand will always just go with the natural lines. I remember very little of that life, but if I had to label myself of a former empire, I would say I'm more Zent than Netherese.
Some historians might think them simply. I'm just blown away. I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
Well, I was born after the fall, so cannot really.
So was I.
Kind of chuckles.
Cannot really say what historians would peg me down as, but it's not what I am currently.
And what would you consider yourself currently?
I consider myself free. Well, up until recently.
Do they hand out passports and free?
You're very funny, very quick-witted. I like you.
So, for when we write an eventual memoir for all of this, when we're telling your story, would you be preferred to be referred to as someone who came from the Zernik Empire? Or the Zernik?
Zentarim.
This is in character. I don't. Calliope knows.
Oh,
none of this
gotcha,
shit.
gotcha. Sorry.
Absolutely none of this shit.
Zentarim is the correct.
Right. Prefer to be known from being from the Zentarine Empire before you had a change of life.
I suppose, but to be honest, I barely remember anything of that life, and nothing really ties me down to that part before I became, as you now see.
Of course, but everything has roots in different things, regardless of how much it truly affects you to this day. It affected the journey along the way. Sounds like an overall fairly interesting life if you're that old. That Quintus is boggled. I don't know how old that is, let's be honest. Could have been last year and I wouldn't know the fucking difference. But it's interesting. If we are going to write some sort of memoir, do you think you'd allow our associate Quintus here to write down a bit from each one? Could be a good way of getting the word out about
What is the
like
point?
this.
What is the point of art if it cannot be shared? Am I right?
Of course. Question, when you die, does all of this, the whispers and whatnot, stop? Because it would look beautiful in one of those weird buildings that humans make where they put other people's artwork that they've stolen.
A museum.
That's what it's called.
You think we are the only ones who make museums?
I'm pretty
I
sure
think you're the only ones that I know of that don't at least admit that's what it is.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Feywild has plenty of museums as well.
Of course, but they're very blatant about what they've won and stolen. It's a mark
That's
of
fair.
pride.
That's fair. That's very fair.
No, if you conquered a dragon and you kept its head alive somehow, because undeath and all that,
No,
and
been
you
there,
left
done
it exactly. So if you left it in a place, wouldn't you want people to know that's when I took this person out? It's a show of power for a lot of these people because they're not the greatest people, as you know yourself. That's the point.
I feel like, just judging by the conversation and looking at Quintus's face, as one who was once human, I feel like I should be offended, but
This painting's whispers are fucking odd.
As this conversation's happening, Zafari and Findamir, what'd you roll for perception?
Oh shit! I think it was
25.
very small, like a 12 or something. Yeah, 12.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, Findamir, unfortunately, all you hear is more whispers. kind of hard to perceive. A little hard to perceive, but Safari, what you hear, you kind of hear like the woodlands around you, as if in the middle of a babbling brook, and you hear someone being kind of stomping up towards somebody. And as you hear this, you hear a person with a very thick accent. I hate you, you know it, so I give me my freedom.
Because hatred is honest, and I need honest lieutenants.
And that's all you hear. All right. We'll wait for Isaac to come back.
The music sounds like butt.
I know, I'm fixing it. Okay, how's that? Cool. Just real quickly, Hazonia, what are you doing as Calliope and Quintus and Coric are having this conversation?
You were describing this painting that's on the ceiling above us, correct?
No, not that one.
I was not that one. If you wanted to step closer to try and perceive it, feel free.
I guess from where I'm standing, I guess while they're kind of talking, because I made my one quip and now they're talking to each other, so Hazonia's mind would wander. So I'm going to look up at this painting.
Okay.
Perception?
Yeah, roll perception for me.
14.
Yeah, all you hear are whispers.
It's a little far away. So
You have proficiency in perception?
Oh yeah, what the hell am I saying? Reliable talent,
I was
22.
gonna say 14 for you? What the fuck is that?
I totally forgot. Thank you, Isaac. Jesus.
Of course.
22.
Well, in that case,
Friends
Ooh.
don't let friends roll under 20.
Hazonia's better than that.
I don't have any friends.
As you lean in, immediately you're beset with like an open field and a throng of people begging and pleading. With Korg's voice can be heard mockingly laughing at the scared crowd, and then the sound of a sword just stripping through a person like a pig. Just that sound of the rib cage breaking and kind of like splitting it asunder. And the just wet thump of 2 pounds of meat just slamming onto the ground, and more stepping as the screams get louder, more panicked as you hear footsteps leading out toward the crowd. And that's all you hear. All right. Korg.
Hazonia just kind of, a little bit of the color kind of goes from her face and just kind of clenching the jaw.
Is there a mythal nearby?
Is there a myth?
God, I hope not.
Korg.
I don't want to get Elven washed again.
Korg, having this conversation, looks over at everyone, goes, would you all like to explore the castle more, or would you like to head to a dining room? I've had staff be able to keep food ready and fresh, so we can eat it any time that you like.
How much longer is your exhibit?
It
Do you
looks
have
quite
more
fast.
pieces?
I'm sorry, what was that, Hazonia?
Do you have more pieces you would like us to see other than those down this hallway?
I would love to show you all pieces. In fact, I also have installation underneath as well. It's all up to you of what you wish to perceive and look. But I will not force my hobby onto all of you.
Well, if Quintus is going to write this down, it might be better for us to get a true understanding of the pieces.
But of course.
If Quintus, you're still interested in writing this down.
Very much so. Yes.
I guess also Tog, just pulse check here. How hungry are we?
You guys haven't eaten in a while. You guys haven't eaten since breakfast over at Candlekeep.
Mm.
So it's over 24 hours at this point.
No, not quite. It's been like
16.
12 to 14, I think.
Okay, because
Because you guys
Tummies
woke
are
up.
grumbling.
Because you woke up at around like 7 a.m. in Candlekeep because you went to bed fairly early, and managed to make your way to the Feywilds and the Forum. So you're pushing around maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon now.
okay.
I was, let's say 3:30.
Okay.
But yeah, Korik goes, but please, go right ahead and explore to your heart's content. Just let me know when you would all like to convene to the dining hall, and I can get the staff to bring up the food.
Is there any place in the house we should avoid?
No, it is completely open to you. Just explore to your heart's content. No door is unlocked.
Yeah, there's a difference between accessible and safe.
That it is. As far as safe, I would recommend that in throne room you do not go through stone doorways. Yes?
Right. Well,
I think we'll all need a moment to decide what our next step is. I guess we'll
But of
meet you
course.
for dinner momentarily.
Please call out, and I will do my best to reach you promptly.
Nod.
Korik will go ahead and exit, go through this door, and head inside. Which, do all of you reconvene?
sure.
Yeah. Well, I like him. What do you say we give up on this Evermeet nonsense and just destroy the world?
Just join him. If he makes food like that on a regular basis, we've all known that cooks are the things we like in this campaign. I'm just putting this out there. He could be our best ally.
Hey, the only one that would know that in this group would be Quintus.
That's true.
I mean, the cook at Palashuk that we all spent the entire day at his grandma's house.
Crushbone?
yeah!
What were they? I don't remember.
They were, and I've got this written down because I plan on spending money on them.
Throat Ripper.
Bertha Throat Ripper, Tiamen, and Gorga Throat Ripper.
They made
I
gumbo.
wasn't there for that. That's why I don't remember.
You
They
missed
made
out
gumbo.
on you missed out on the best time. Their gumbo, I'm gonna try and make into a legend.
A chain restaurant, yeah.
Chain
Yeah,
restaurant.
good times. Good times.
Gorga's gumbo.
All right. So what are y'all doing?
We all reconvene, like we said. Yeah.
Yeah, I have put you in the hallway in front of these three pictures.
So it seems like this is a story of his life through odd whispers and memories. If we might be able to piece it together, we might be able to find something on him. He seems like he doesn't remember or doesn't want to remember some of this.
Well,
it
it
might
seems
be
like-
to our advantage.
It seems like he has separated himself from when he was human. He sees that as a separate entity, a completely different person than who he is now. So we might be able to find something, but I also want to just throw it out there.
I guess
He can probably hear every word that we saying.
Oh, probably.
Tog, would I be able to get the sense in his paintings if he was human or not? in the memory?
said
Just by
that.
the look of him, yes, you can.
He was human when he did all the when he
Yeah.
committed war crimes. He was human.
Oh, that's what you're asking.
But like the most
no.
recent portrait that I looked at, where the people were fleeing from him and screaming.
Gotcha. Give me an insight check.
Okay.
What is that you just put on the map?
I'll explain in just a moment.
19 talk for insight.
For insight. Do 1 second.
I just want to figure out if he did make this divide, like
You
we're alluding to.
You have seen, I believe you've seen some memories where is a juxtaposition. And with that insight check, you can definitely discern the vampire versus the man. And so going through, you start sorting through, and definitely the one you just recently watched, you definitely had a very feral feel to it, which is, again, a juxtaposition of itself to who you're meeting now. But you do get the feeling that that individual that you just saw, of the people screaming and running away from a monster.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the idea that that was probably a vampire.
Yeah.
Possibly newly turned, maybe, or seeking revenge.
Who knows?
All I know is one of his portraits is just muttering the phrase, "What have I done?" over and over again.
How did that one feel? Human? Vampire?
That's going to require a whole separate insight check. Yeah. Give me one more insight check.
17.
17. Very hard to tell.
That particular portrait was very difficult to ascertain. It's very chaotic, almost incomplete.
How about the one where he mentions Terran?
Did I don't think I looked at
No,
that
that's
one.
the one that I saw.
Yeah, okay.
Give me an insight check.
Is a 23.
23. And I won't make you keep rolling insight checks per picture. This is just your first time trying to discern. So anyone future who is trying to discern through memories, feel free to also make that roll to see if it's pre or post, you know. But that was definitely human, Korik.
Okay.
For the one that Quintus lied about being able to understand, was he human in that?
That one's hard to tell, but give me an insight check.
That's a 24.
24. Yeah. It's hard. It's really hard to tell because most of it was just grunting. And despite that familiar voice, still kind of, it's odd for you to kind of like, it's sort of like
that familiar voice is not him. It's someone else.
Correct.
And, okay.
And so it's kind of like someone that you've heard speaking before, but at a lower register, and like an exertion of like, it's kind of like getting a voicemail with someone running. It's just a different register. But you get the feeling that he was definitely human in that, just with the exertions and grunts. Very, definitely needing lungs. You know what I mean?
Okay. This is a very weird one. The voice that I kind of recognize that I've heard in a lower register in some ways. No, I can't ask that question. It doesn't make any sense to ask. Never mind. We're good. Okay.
What do the rest of you do now that you've reconvened? Oh, I'm sorry. Some of you asked a question. As you're talking, Hizonia, your eyes immediately dart over down the hallway, and you see a perfectly black almost outline with almost like a sheen off of it, kind of reflecting off of the magical torchlight within the area, kind of like an obsidian statue. You just see Korik blade down just kind of watching.
Cool. The statue or him?
And you say down the hallway, which one? The one like right before the
This
okay.
one right here from the foyer. You just
Yeah.
see a perfectly black obsidian statuesque figure, small wisps of oil which kind of like flying off of him as if there was a breeze some way through, and little motes kind of just fly off and then go back into the body. Just looking.
That's
staring.
not Korik.
Who knows? Probably keeping an eye on us.
He said we're not allowed to attack him, correct?
You said we're not allowed to attack anything.
Shit.
I believe that's what we talked about, Tagi. This rule was not, you're not allowed to attack.
I mean, he could consider that part of him, so I wouldn't get too spell happy about it.
Oh, I'm not spell happy at all. I need to conserve everything like I have.
Does anything... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Does anything seem... I mean, I know all of this is very different from the Summer Palace, but is there anything that stands out that I could glean from my history of this place or knowledge of whatever as particularly wrong or unusual?
You know for a fact this is not the Summer Palace. The Summer Palace lays in a wreck in the bottom of the lake outside nearby.
So this is a separate thing entirely.
Correct. Give me... I don't even know what roll to do for this.
Investigation?
Yeah, give me an investigation roll. That's a good one.
Oh, my son of God, dude, it's fucking horrible today. 5.
5.
Yeah.
All of you kind of look at Findamir kind of doing math in his head, just kind of pointing off in the direction where the lake is and then pointing here and looking up, and just something's not clicking.
Just that Julia Roberts math gif.
I can't say for sure. Wait, no.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Undead No, I don't. Fuck if I know. I don't think this is the Summer Palace at all, but I don't have any concept of what this could be.
The Winter Palace?
Autumn Palace.
Spring equinox?
And if my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bike. No.
Shall we continue looking at this
Well,
whispery gallery while you think on it?
I don't think there's anything else to think about. I don't know what this place is. I know that it is not where we think we are, and that is important. Because if it's not where we think we are, then where the fuck are we? The rules are different. We have a host that is unusual. Quintus, have you been looking into that question I asked you before we entered?
I don't have perfect memory, but Quintus does. What was the question?
The question was to look at the runes that blocked the magic outside, and if we could see the runes, stop the runes inside.
Have I seen any runes in my inspection?
Give me an investigation check with disadvantage, as you are not actively searching, but I will allow the roll.
Ooh. Okay, so the lower die is a 12 plus 10 is 22.
22. You do not see any runes in this area. None are visible, if that makes sense. The whispering is distracting. And you're kind of trying to remember the runes outside. And in doing so, your mind kind of wanders on a tangent and starts trying to decipher the runes outside. Give me an Arcana check.
With advantage?
With not. Oh, yeah, he has the book. Yeah, with advantage.
Yeah, baby.
That's what I'm gonna do from now on. Whenever I want advantage, I'll do the game advantage face.
Good thing I had advantage because one of those is a 1. All right. Plus, I believe 10 is 26.
You think on the runes, and they're definitely matching Elvish in nature. The runes themselves, arcane sigil work is in its own language. Even if you speak Elvish or Draconic, it's just different. It's more symbolic, more of the nature of it. And Elvish, everything Elvish is beautiful. Everything that they do, from their swordplay to their architecture to everything they do, is form and function combined to one beautiful and useful thing. These runes are jagged and ugly. And as you focus on them more and try to remember them, you realize how grotesque they were. It's almost like mocking them. It's almost like it's like someone just took a beautiful symbol and then perverted it by twisting it in ways to make it offensive.
It sounds like your description of Undercommon.
Do you mean Drow? Undercommon's different.
I thought Undercommon was a...
It's not.
No, there's Undercommon and then there's Deep Speech.
No, Deep Speech is like far realm stuff, like mind flayers and shit like that.
Do we have Drow as a separate language in our thing? Like if
Drow,
someone plays a Drow,
Drow have the same language as Elvish, but they have more different words that are Drow specific. So it's kind of like slang. Like they will speak in perfect Elvish, and then they'll say a word that is. I think I described it as like Spanglish at one point. Like
dialectic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
that's what I was
like different
referencing,
versions of different versions of French, right?
Precisely.
Interesting.
Like Cajun French is different than standard French, for example.
Or Canadian French, right? You're gonna have so much be the same, or even Swiss, but then there'll be words that you're like, wait, what? Like, and it'll be either just history changes it, or pronunciation, or
Precisely.
Yeah, a very good description, Tog. I like it.
Thank you.
Okay. I would speak up to Fidamir and say, I've not been able to find any new runes inside, but did you notice in the rune work outside that it is almost a bastardization of elven runes?
Would I have recognized that?
With him pointing it out, you start to think back at the runes that flared up only briefly when a spell was cast.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they do not match a lot of the rune work that you saw in school. It's like very weird, as if jagged. The difference between like a calligrapher's pen and a knife just carving it out in a desk almost.
Thought elves didn't have school.
You're right. You don't recognize it, Findamir.
You're illiterate.
How about that? Us up here in the Elvish land do not understand what the fuck is going on.
Well, at least we don't have child labor holding signs in playhouses.
I didn't start
about
the
that?
theater.
How about that?
You're right. In the Elflands, we have adults who are forced to be there against their will that can never leave as an audience.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed.
Uh,
Um.
no, that's a good fucking point.
Well. Do you think that magic? I'm not. I can't read that dialect of Elvish, and I don't know if that magic would pertain to inside of this place. Is there anything that your
He's
friend can tell us about the runes or the magic here? This it's just out of my depth. I'm out of my depth.
he is not exactly loose-lipped when it
Well-
comes to these kinds of things.
You see Gorion step out of your periphery once more, out like from behind Zafari, and just kind of looking at the painting, and kind of looks over to you. As you're saying that, he says to you,
What is the property of Elminster's razor?
Where's Fraser? Fuck.
"Thank you."
Are you making an Occam's razor?
Yes,
he's
I am.
making an
yeah.
Occam's razor.
Okay.
Back to my door. I'll be right back.
Music.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Have you not heard the theory of Zariel's cat?
My God.
Oop, there we go. Anyway, you were saying?
So you're saying that you only will give me information as it is the situation necessitates it.
What? No. Elminster's razor says that the simplest solution is often the right one.
Yes, exactly. The things should not be multiplied unnecessarily.
So, look out into the lake. When there's a window, you see a broken palace. Now you are in a separate building. The simplest solution is, no matter how grand it might be, is
This isn't the palace.
correct, which means that he...
Is not.
No. How did this castle get here?
He made the castle.
Possibly. There are certain magics that equate to that, but this seems too lived in.
He moved something else here.
At that point, you see the shadow creep down the hallway and just look at Gorion.
Correct.
Question really quick, Quintus. I can see you're speaking to yourself, which means I'm sure someone else is here. Gorion. Were you part of the fallen Netherese Empire?
Quirks his head, looks
No.
to you, Quintus.
No, of course he wasn't. That was thousands of years ago.
He's a spirit who's been dead for some amount of time that I don't know, and I recognized a voice. I'm trying to follow up on answers.
Gorion at this point looks over and just jumps as he sees the shadow looking directly at him. He puts up a hand and just kind of moves in from the face, and it follows. Gorion, for the first time you've ever seen him, just wide-eyed, stark terror.
It seems that these creatures are able to see into the ethereal plane.
You blink, he is gone.
When you say these creatures, I assume you mean just kind of gesturing. Should I point at this thing?
Maybe not.
It might see it as aggression.
Like baboons.
Before we go to a quick break, what are all of you wanting to do next?
Let's look at some weird ass paintings.
I thought what we were trying to do was
Right.
look at some paintings. Yeah.
I would,
Okay.
unless someone stops me, I'm gonna take a finger and I'm gonna touch the thing.
You're gonna
I'm gonna
touch.
make sure that I'm really close to Quintus.
You're gonna touch the freaky specter creature.
Yep.
You're gonna touch the ring wraith. Okay.
Yeah.
As you step up to him, you touch it, and immediately your hand goes numb, as if dipping it into frozen lake water. And as you pull back, your hand is shaking. Does not react, but for a second, your hand is shriveled, as if atrophied.
I'm gonna put my hand over his and just kind of pull it back.
Your hand takes a moment to return to normal, but it does.
Thank you for that scientific inquiry. I vote that you do not touch anything in this castle
I figured you would have learned your lesson by now, Quintus.
again.
So I take what, 36 necrotic damage?
Absolutely. No, you take no damage. It's just it is a very uncomfortable feeling. Your hand, fully functional, just feels weaker, as if you laid up in a hospital bed for weeks, and your hand just lost a little bit of tensile strength, but otherwise, perfectly normal.
All right.
And with that, we'll go to break real fast.
Sorry.
Thindamir's
No,
dead, as we all knew and saw. But you insulted his eclairs. I thought I would make that character choice for you.
You brought out
Keenan.
eclairs.
Yeah, and you
I
insulted the
would've- I
eclairs.
would've,
Yeah.
because that's a terrible choice before.
I mean,
The-
it's not Quintus's, it's not Findamir's fault. He put in whipped cream instead of fucking custard, and
I'm
that
just saying-
isn't a sin.
I'm just saying the shame was too much for Korik to go through, and he just went mad with grief, and so he had to kill you, Thindamir.
I accept that fate. All
Alrighty,
of
so
mankind.
I will see you all in like 5 to 10 minutes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
Ass and titties. Ass and titties. Anyway.
What's gonna happen in this hell house?
We're gonna have tea and become best friends.
I mean, being best friends with a vampire lord sounds like a pretty dope thing to be.
Pretty dope nasty. Don't eat all the apple chips, okay?
I'll put them away now because I will.
Or at least just pour out some for yourself.
No, I already got
Okay.
popcorn. It's fine.
They just want some of them. They're yummy.
They're very yummy.
Is vampirism a disease or is it a curse?
It is more of a curse. Definitely not a disease. Not a curable disease, at least, because in order to become a vampire, and you would know this from Quintus's lore findings, is that first you gotta die by being fed upon, and then about 3 days later you get resurrected as an undead creature called vampire spawn. And then if you drink the blood of the thing that made you a vampire spawn, you become a vampire. Which, keep in mind, he exerted control over creatures that were not vampire spawn. These were full-on vampires. So they had their own free will, and they followed him.
All right.
Something to keep in mind.
Okay. Say that one more time.
Which, all of it?
Just those last couple sentences, just so that I.
He exerted, basically, as far as you know, he exerted control over vampires, not vampire spawn. And so they were following him, as far as you know, of their own free will, because vampires have free will. I find that standing gives me a better performance with acting, but talking for hours on end is hard. Standing and talking for hours on end, harder.
Yeah, you're allowed to sit sometimes, honey.
I know, but it's a lot of effort with the desk going up and down and moving the chair out of the way, so I'll just stand the entire time.
Is it a lot of effort?
It is. It is. It's very disruptive. It's very disruptive in the flow of things.
I feel like you could totally do it while we're just dicking about, talking to each other.
I could, but then I have to move the mat that I'm standing on, the stress mat that I'm on, so
Far be it from me.
you know what? Fine. I'll fucking sit. Fuck you, Lindsay. God damn it.
Fuck you too, babe.
Brad, can you believe this fucking bullshit?
I want nothing to do with whatever's happening here.
Also, you mentioned Brad that your girlfriend is into anime, right?
Yes.
Would you and her like to do like a double date situation over at our place, or maybe over at your place, and do SAO drinking game?
I'd have to run that by her. I don't even know if she knows about SAO. Actually,
Oh God!
The only way you should know about SAO is
while drunk.
getting blasted. Yeah.
It's
just like the only way
bad.
you should watch Twilight is you should be wasted
Yeah.
watching it.
Yeah. I'll run that by her.
Okay. I just we don't hang out a lot in person, and I know you live far away, and I just want to get to know you better, man.
You're in
I
the
know.
beautiful city
You're-
of San
You're
Francisco.
pretty cool, Brad. You're pretty cool, and like you're in a band and stuff, and that makes you even cooler. And like you're friends with Mitch and Grace, and they're pretty cool.
They are pretty
So
cool.
you've got the Mitch and Grace seal of approval. So
They
you
own
know.
a hellhound. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's one of the heads of Cerberus.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Simply terrifying.
It's Kenan.
Good
My
news.
brother,
Live from the
good-
void.
Good news,
Come
Keenan.
back.
You were resurrected in the interim. Super random.
come out of the Peter Paul Rubens painting.
Yeah. Like a birth. It was weird and
Yeah.
artsy.
Yeah, I've seen that painting in person.
That's dope.
Yeah,
Where's it located?
I think London.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of his work in London, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I kept on taking pictures of the plaques because I just was like in love with this style. And then I went back over it that night and was like, "Oh shit, it's the same guy!" Like over and over and over. Like it's just so powerful and so real and vibrant. And there's like another one. I think it's called Samson and Delilah, and it's like he's like laying his head over on her like lap, and there's like this red cloak like billowing. It's insane. It's so, and they're huge too.
Yeah, the size of the already it's impressive with the realism of that Renaissance era. I believe these are Renaissance era.
Mhm.
But just the utter size of it, and like because these are like what 10 feet in, like 10 by like 8 feet
Yeah, so-
large.
Mhm.
Like it's the larger you get, like the harder it is to get like accurate anatomy, accurate flow lines. It's just so impressive.
Mhm. Yeah, it's stunning. And his flesh looks so real. It's wild.
Yeah. And I'm very, very both impressed and also just kind of like, oh, I was gonna reveal that later on, of the painted with the painted blood. That was like, holy shit.
Sorry.
No, please. I love it when people pick out those little idiosyncrasies of what I choose and whatnot. That was awesome.
What up?
Nothing much. All right, everyone back? Everyone ready?
I mean, I'm back, but I don't know if I'm ready to die.
I mean, so, I think all of you decided that you were going to start looking at other portraits. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Where do you start looking? There is the rest of this hallway.
Jesus.
There is the rest of this hallway here and around the corner.
Michael,
There's
why
also
are you so extra?
Is
Is this why it took so long to load when I tried to open it? Because it had to generate all of these Getty images?
It took so long because like all of this.
Oh my god.
You haven't seen all of this yet?
I haven't.
Yeah, I got like
Yeah,
light.
when you showed them the map, you showed them kind of the outside to inside. The water continually moving, every single painting being an actual generated image. There's a lot in this.
How many eggs are in this?
How many
70
what?
billion.
Eggs all the way down.
Not there are no eggs in this, for me at least.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like if we were to load this, how many eggs would we see?
So oddly enough, there should be zero
A
because
lot.
if you're loading into my environment where I have everything saved up to the cloud. So it's very confusing why it's not working, but not as confusing as it breaking people's computers.
Yeah, it shut down tabletop for me twice. And then when I got it in, the map was white. There was like half of the stuff visible and other half not. So I was like, some floors don't exist. There are no paintings, which might have been kind of awkward. What does this egg look like? That one's a Rembrandt egg.
Try it.
So, where do all of you kind of go down? I know it's hard to kind of discern. If you guys are just going to start looking at paintings in the general area, I can just move you in places and we can just go down the line if that's easier. Or if you want to maybe randomly start or specifically look at certain paintings.
It might make sense to go down the line,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
Oh, I know that one too.
Which one?
The one with the I think it's the child behind the old man with the lantern.
Ah, yes, the old woman.
Yes. There,
Right
that's
there.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrifying. I hate it.
Oh shit, and maybe that one too.
I feel like I've seen that one.
I don't know this one with Moon.
There was a lot of art pieces included with this whole map detail with the castle, and then I went and like picked and choose some of them myself.
Why don't we just go down the line while we're here, unless someone has a thing against that?
Okay.
No, I'm a little overwhelmed by how many there are.
While people are looking at art, since I can't seem to glean anything from them, can I spend time to ritually cast a spell?
You may attempt to? Sure. What are you trying to cast?
Detect magic.
Sure. That takes you about 10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. In that time frame, do people want to divide and conquer and kind of go through?
Yeah, I knew it. That's from Dante's Inferno. Follower of Christ, Hieronymus Bosch, Christ in limbo.
You gotta take it in all at once. Just
I frickin'
Yeah,
knew
let's
it.
separate and do.
I'm gonna speed run this art.
Okay.
Well, it's just interesting, like having art that I've been interested in before, like popping up. I don't know. That's all.
No,
Also-
it's super. That's. I'm super impressed that you're just like, oh, I know that, and I'm just like, oh my god, damn, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's why I love London so much. Is it's all the free museums I spend every day for months, and that's what's his name, Turner, I think, right there, that ship.
Oh yeah.
I think. Pretty sure I'll look that up. I'm pretty sure it's Turner.
Actually, I think his signature's right in the corner there. Nope, never mind. Anyway, uh-oh, what happened? My middle mouse wheel stopped working. Oh no, that's bad.
Can you switch mouses to the one on Lindsay's desk?
JMW Turner.
I have
He's
that
famous. He's an English painter famous for having
But I
super
guess I don't
dark,
need it.
intense ship paintings with light.
Is there
Oh
a keyboard command to zoom out?
fuck!
You
no.
can only zoom in. There's Vlad the
I'll bring
Impaler
you my
again.
mouse, honey.
What the fuck? Wow, so much is going wrong.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
This reminds me. There's a guy play like one of the most competitive Tarkov, if anybody knows what that is, like insane competitive first-person shooter game. And instead of using W and S for forward and back, he uses mouse 5 and mouse 6. So he literally moves with his thumb buttons forward and backwards. Yeah, it's I don't like how like that's literally the least efficient operating system you could have. Like it's so fucking funny. Terrible.
The random painting thing. When I was in New York, I got a chance to see Starry Night as well as some of Jackson Pollock's work. And what fucking astounded me was the fact that Starry Night was so small.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Pollock's work was like the entire wall.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is hilarious because like you go to Starry Night and like everyone's crowded around it, kind of like when we went to go see the Mona Lisa when we were like 8.
So odd.
It's so
It is, yeah.
everyone's up close and doing all this stuff, and then you go to Jackson Pollock's work and there's no one in that room, and you can just sit down at a bench and look up, and it is the entire view for you, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Peter Paul Rubens and Turner are some of my favorites ever, which is funny that they're in here. But the best exhibit I ever went to in my entire life was Klimt at the Legion of Honor. And I didn't like his work that much seeing it not in person because it just seemed like, okay, you've got like gold and like whatever. It's just like blah. But when you see it like massive paintings that literally glow because of the paints that he uses, it's insane. It's like so fucking breathtaking. But they don't have that exhibit anymore. It's just Rodin, which is, I mean, it's still fucking awesome. But
All right, I'm back in business. All right, so we got rooms, we have hallways. Who wants to go where?
I'll check out that Turner painting.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna check out any paintings, but you got me. You got me again.
Got him again.
That is the one that pulls you in and instantly kills you. So thank you for biting the bullet there.
Gah!
Where else is also people going?
I'll look at Vlad the Impaler.
I'll
Okay.
continue down the hall.
I'll just continue to that hall as well.
Why are you dragging me?
Oh, you're right.
And if I can, I think I do have a pen and paper because I know I do actually because I've been writing notes to Lorelai. So I will actually kind of start like a timeline of like kind of just like jotting notes, like piecing things together.
Okay.
Whether it's symbols or whatever, and I'll kind of just like poke and like and ask questions of each person to explain.
Sure, absolutely. And you're near.
Not all of us have perfect memory. Stand up, God damn it! What's wrong with you?
Okay. So, let us start with Safari. Safari, go ahead and make me a perception roll. And I also, well, it hasn't happened yet, so we'll see if it happens. You're muted.
Double 16s for 24.
Double 16s? Are you rolling with advantage?
I get advantage on perception.
Because your shield. Got it.
I'm amazing.
This is...
Shield's a purveyor of art as well. It's when it's not working, you know.
Yeah.
This one, as you peer in, it takes a moment, then there's silence, and then screaming, fighting, out in the open air. Doesn't echo. You can hear dirt just kind of being scraped upon. You hear Korik laughing in shock and surprise of delight, and a roar that can only be described as some sort of feline creature as it goes in and just starts charging after these people. And that is all you glean.
Does it feel human?
Does not feel human. Not Korik, not whatever feline creature is chasing after these people that you are theater of the minding looking at this painting. Calliope, go ahead and roll me perception. And feel free to roll, everyone just roll perception in front of your picture. Pre-roll it if you'd like. Quintus, are you attempting to look at a portrait, or are you just kind of standing and waiting?
I'm casting a spell.
You're
Remember?
casting. Gotcha.
22.
I see that
22.
in the chat.
Natural 20. Nice.
Yeah.
Calliope. This one I need you to make a wisdom save on.
You near me?
I can hear you.
Am
No,
I
is
close
she
enough?
near me?
Oh, she is near enough. Yes.
Is it a charm, magic, or sleep effect?
No. Wait, magic? I mean, it's a magic
Charm
effect.
or magic sleep effect?
No.
Okay, that's a natural 19 plus 1 plus 4.
Yes.
That's 24.
You are
Pretty
able
much-
to.
Sorry.
You're able to resist the revulsion. From what you're hearing. Immediately you're pulled in and just staring at the picture, and it's such a vivid and destructive and just naturally gross memory. Just something that is just abhorrent.
Mhm.
You hear crying and screaming and begging as a person is muffled, screaming through a gag, as Korik is gently saying, "No, go ahead, keep lynching, and I will leave you all alone. One death versus many. I will keep my word." And you fade away. The echoing of the screaming and pleading kind of stays with you for a little bit and then gently goes away.
Alrighty.
We will go to Hazonia.
22.
22.
Sorry, 21.
21.
21.
Oh wait, sorry. Is it investigation or perception?
Perception.
Okay, so 22.
Okay. The whisperings merge into actual words, and this is this sounds like in a large room, of which maybe a throne room or courtroom, something open and vacuous. And you hear a man's voice. "You came to my domain demanding favors. Ha! Die, my ally." You then hear a sound of something opening and release of steam, or a hiss, or some shutters being opened. "What? No! Why does the light not burn you? No!" Ah! And then you immediately hear a sound of flesh ripping out and a gurgling sound, and nothing. Finnemir, you rolled a natural 20, right?
Yeah, for 26.
The sound of the waves starts hitting you. They're not large, and you don't smell salt water. You think you might be on some sort of large river as you're staring at this painting, and you just hear men scrabbling on the wooden deck. Sounds of ropes and pulleys stretching taut. The sound of a sail being pushed against the wind. And someone yells out in a deep basso voice, "Oh, no, it's running water! That creature shouldn't! No!" Ah! And then another sound of a rib cage being broken, something being pulled, something squelching. And then it fades. Let's see here. I'm going to say that while you are detecting magic, or trying to detect magic, Quintus, there is plenty of time to look at other paintings. Do you guys want to continue down the line?
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to take me more time to be categorizing everybody else's work and putting that within the timeline, maybe that'll be what. Should I focus on that, or should I be also doing at the same time my other stuff?
I mean, trying to categorize all the information that you're gathering, that's going to take some time.
Then I'll focus. That's my first priority.
Okay. In order to categorize, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to categorize all the information all together, now, or are you just waiting for people to go through the paintings first?
As like I'll ask them as they like come out of their whatever. I'll be like, ask them timelines. What did they see?
Okay.
This basically I want to like mark a time, and then also like
If he felt human or not.
Is he human? Is he not human? Is it like him? Who is in it? Like if we have 20 of them with the vampire, the stone, whatever, I can't remember what his name is. The dragon vampire.
Okay.
Or anybody else. Like I'll be keeping track of that kind of information. General broad strokes.
Okay. All right. Why don't we'll definitely do that at the end if people want to continue looking at portraits, but definitely I'll keep that in mind. As for everyone else, what do you want to do?
I'll continue on down the direction I'm going.
Okay.
Ugolino and his son's in here.
Yeah, I'll go on the other side of the hall if there are paintings on the other side from Calliope.
There are indeed. Doot. And Hazonia.
I'll sidle up next to a painting someone else isn't looking at, so I guess... Actually, yeah, well, I just turn around and we'll look at this Tim Burton looking painting.
Courage the car of the dog.
And do you continue down the same hallway or the same side of the hallway, Findamir, as you're taking notes? I can allow you to definitely do both. Look at paintings and try to take your own notes.
Can I see the other side of the hallway?
Boop. That one.
I'll be turning around.
You be turning around? Okay.
Yeah.
Which one are you trying to look at first?
This one right here in the middle, and then I'll probably be going just down these three.
Okay.
Or if I can just tell from the paintings if they seem older or whatever, I'll do the oldest first.
These ones are definitely old. You have a frame of reference now because of what Cork showed you. So without a roll, you can definitely tell which paintings are old, and all of these are very, very old. In fact, just with your passive glance, you notice this one with the 3 skulls. That one definitely seems newer than the other ones nearby.
Okay. Then I guess maybe we'll check out the newer one. If that one stands out as different.
Alrighty. So we'll start with Calliope this time. Calliope. And everyone feel free to pre-roll your perceptions. What'd you get, Calliope? 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 17 is what you need.
Oh, thank God.
So this one...
Wait, I might have gotten 17. Hold on.
17 is what you need.
So.
Yeah, I got 17. Fuck me. I thought I had a +7 for a second. I was kind of confused.
So you got 17? Okay, 17 is what you need. You lean in and the whispers start to manifest into words. And this one, you really can't place a location. It's almost as if the emotion of what is trying to be conveyed overwhelms all other aspects of this painting. And you hear Cork say, "You would abandon me after all this time? You are my brother," said Cork. And then a much more familiar voice, same as you heard back before. I need you to get an insight check from you.
Sure. Can we Wheel of Fortune this, and if I make a guess, you tell me if it's right?
If you, the player, say ask me if it's this person, I will 100% be honest with you and tell you who it is.
Sure. I rolled a 17.
17.
But is it Tanis?
Tanis? It is
Yeah.
not.
He's not Tanis.
And with a 17, it's on the tip of your tongue. There's something familiar about the voice. Maybe it's the age. But you just can't place it yet. You can't place it yet.
Does the
I've already gotten your player guess. I'm not going to let your player guess again.
I'm not. That's fine.
Okay.
Does the voice itself Because the voice is the one that said, "You would abandon me after all this time. You were my brother."
That's what Cork said.
That's
Yes.
what Cork says, but there's another voice,
And I'm getting to that.
okay, and it says,
No. We aren't those men anymore. She showed me that. We have their faces, but their ideals died so long ago. Goodbye, Cork.
And the whispers return. Zafari, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 22.
22?
Yeah, hold on. I'm writing notes.
You
And
hear
what is this? What does this look like?
This one is dismembered limbs in
Okay.
a picture.
Limbs. Got it. I just want to write down a basic of what they look like.
Sure. In this one, you hear no dialogue. You just hear in like a confined room the sound of almost like ham shanks slapping onto a table, fresh ones, wet. The laughing of two men and a child screaming and crying. And that's it.
quick question on my last one. Do I know if he was human or not?
Definitely not.
Not human.
Yeah.
Does this feel?
Yeah, you both made your rolls. No, definitely not. Does not feel human.
I'm making a key. Pink is for vampire.
Hazonia, give me your roll. Or what's your roll?
Yeah, 25.
25. Just to be clear, you have reliable talent on perception, right?
Yes.
You don't have to roll.
Okay.
You can just look at a picture and be
Yeah.
like,
I was
Yeah.
gonna
What
say,
if he gets a natural 20?
because for
Uh,
that one I rolled a 13.
if he gets a natural 20, he is very, very confident that he heard those whispers.
I can see every painting in the gallery simultaneously.
Just fucking like beautiful.
Now this guy's a dick.
just Tom Cruise and fucking Minority Report, just hand
Exactly,
actioning.
that's what I was thinking of. In that one, sorry, 1 second. Where'd it go?
Tell me.
Okay.
What does
Uh,
it say?
This one, you hear almost in a very intimate setting. In a seems to be maybe in a study. You can almost hear the sound of a fire crackling. You hear the sound of a chair scraping as someone opens the door, and you hear a voice. And I don't think you've heard this voice yet. But no, you would hear that. You would have. Roll me an insight check real fast.
Forgot I muted myself. Reliable talent, so 17.
Reliable talent, 17?
Yeah.
Tip of your tongue. Someone you know. But someone you've met.
Fuck.
But you hear him say, I know what you did. I understand. I do. Don't go it alone. I love you, Korik. Let's walk into the hells together. And that's it.
Damn it, of course. I'm so close to probably knowing it.
What'd you roll, Findamir?
I rolled a 17 in the chat, so.
Oh, damn. I do not have a look in. I don't have D&D Beyond actively
think-
up. It's a
I think
tab, but
everybody else sees it. So.
Gotcha.
I saw it.
Just things
What's the human to vampire feel of the Tim Burton one?
for Hazonia, You have not rolled yet, I think. I need you to roll an insight, which 17 would be enough.
I was
So
saying additional, or you just want to reuse the one I already did?
no,
I'm
don't
pretty
re-
sure Hazonia did roll before.
Have you rolled to
'cause-
see you were the first one. So yeah, you know that the man speaking human, but it's also not Korik.
Okay.
Finnemir. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Make an insight check for me, Finnemir.
Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies.
27.
Hell
Holy shit.
yeah.
You immediately recognize the voice. You hear grunting and struggling and a mouthful of dirt being spat out into the open air, and a Korik urging, just come now, come on, you can do it, rise. And you hear Balaam, Balaam's voice reach out and say, "Why? I wanted to die. Why?" And it ends with a laughing Korik.
Bylum. That's interesting. I'll start writing it down.
Okay. Also, for just consistency, deaf vampire. All right. Let's see here. I would say one more round of paintings, and then detect magic will go off.
How many paintings are there? Like
There-
in these hallways?
In the hallways? Stop asking me questions.
You'd have to
No.
count them, I guess.
God. In the hallways, there's about 20, over 20.
Okay, so we have like maybe 10 or 15 left.
Do you guys go down the hallway here?
Are you talking about the
Yeah.
specific stone ones?
Stone ones. What do you mean?
He didn't say the stairwell.
The
he
stone
said
stairwell?
No, that's
no,
the
yeah.
stairwell.
Okay.
That's a stairwell. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
no,
going
I
down
would-
the hallway.
I would
Crazy
keep
again, by the
going.
way. Music's going really wild.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Tisk tisk. Okay. And so you go down the list. You go down the list. Let's see here. So, Hazonia, do you want to just head down the line here?
Why not?
Okay. Finnemir, I know that you're kind of bouncing back and forth. Which nearby painting would you like to go to next?
Seeing that Hazonia is just taking one side, I'll stick with the side.
Okay. All right. We'll start with Calliope again. Go ahead and roll, and everyone do your pre-rolls.
$15.
can-
Wait, can I guidance myself?
You told me I don't need to roll anymore.
You technically can guidance yourself, yes.
I'd love to guidance myself.
Yeah, I'll let you. I'll let you. Yeah, it's supposed to be pre-roll, but I understand.
Okay. Well, that's a 19 now.
Okay, so this one
Boopy. No face.
Here you hear ragged breathing and the sound of sobbing as the whispers recede. And you hear Cork saying,
You warned me.
and then it recedes back into whispers.
That
Deaf
was-
vampire.
That was Anna, you warned me?
Anna, you warned me.
That was Korik, and then you said deaf vampire after? What?
Because you guys are asking whether or not it's...
definitely a vampire.
Yeah.
The
you guys
vibe
yes.
of the painting is that he is a vampire at the time.
Correct.
We're getting vampire vibes with a note of type B blood.
Safari, what is...
The fuck is that? Is that a crumpled body, or is that still
those
the
are
one
those are two bodies.
Excuse me.
Those are two bodies lumped on top of each other.
Hot.
Hard to tell which is where one body begins, what body ends.
Just the way we like it.
Yeah. Beast with two backs.
What'd you roll for perception?
I rolled another 22. Hold on, I have to blow my nose. I won't be able to hear.
More bodies slapping on the ground, as if throwing into a pit. Distant, far. And I need you to make an insight check with advantage.
That makes me nervous, but I'll do it. Fine. Oh wait, why did I roll twice? I only get to roll once on insight.
I told you roll advantage with insight.
Right, duh. What a fool. Well, that is a 21.
What I want.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. You involuntarily take a step back, and Calliope, you notice a shift in Zafari's mood as you turn around and see her stricken with the knowledge that the sound that you're hearing as Taryn speaks, that is Malar's voice.
Son of a bitch, that's what you were talking about.
More bodies slap on the ground, and a musing Taryn says, "So what do we do now?"
I've heard of a way to become more. It's dangerous, though, even for us.
Finally, something exciting. The whispers recede. Before we get to the Calliope and Zafira reaction, let me go through the other paintings real fast. I apologize. Hazonia.
But also, is there anyone near me? Is the closest person Finn, who's down the hallway?
The closest person would be equidistant of Findamir and Quintus. Quintus kind of doing his ritual, and Findamir looking at another portrait.
Okay. Can I tell that Quintus is he like heavily focusing, or could I get his attention? Would that like break the ritual cast?
As a newly practitioner of magic, you would know that him interrupting his ritual, he'd have to restart it, yes.
Okay. I'll yell at Finn then.
Okay.
But just kind of.
Yeah. Yes.
I was looking at the painting to my right here, and the memory. The individual in it seemed very familiar to me, but I can't place it. I just. If you or someone could take a look at it as well, maybe.
Well, I don't see shit over here, so yeah, all right.
So real fast, we'll get through the portraits that you both looked at.
I rolled a 9 on mine, so
Oh.
definitely gleaned a lot.
No whispers, unfortunately. That's all. But Hazonia, screaming and inhuman laughter echo from the painting. It's enough to drive you mad because there's something just inherently wrong about it. The gleeful sadisticness of what's coming through the picture is unsettling to your core. Give me a religion check for me, please.
Yeah, that's a 6er.
Unfortunately, there's some speech in there, but you cannot pin it down. And the more you focus, the more your head hurts.
Yeah.
And you recede, almost like you have to.
Damn.
But the knowledge is that this is somehow a memory if it matches everything else. What did he see?
Bosh. The actual painting.
But yeah.
Oh, and what was the vibe on mine? Vamp, human.
Oh, Death Vamp. Death Vamp.
Death Vamp. Got it.
Got
it.
And Hazonia, Death Vamp as well.
Yeah.
Nothing for you, Findamir. So, do you go to the painting that Hazonia is pointing to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Which one was that again? That was the painting
Tim
right next.
Burton one.
The Tim Burton Cowardly Dog one.
Gotcha. While I will ask for, go ahead and pre-roll that for me, Findamir, to see if you can hear the whispers. Calliope and Zafari. Calliope, you just saw Zafari
Same
step
roll,
back.
unfortunately.
Are you all right?
I know his brother.
His brother?
His brother.
He mentions a brother in one of them.
Darren. You know who he is.
Ooh, how do you know another vampire? I thought we've dealt with most of the ones we've met.
Just slowly turn and look at her. My grove.
The one where your sister's at.
She's not there anymore.
He's
Where's his
in
brother?
the grove, though.
Yeah. He's the one that's been overseeing it. As penance.
So
But he
then,
did.
so the one that's overseeing forgiveness is part of the cause of all of this.
That is an inference that I can make.
Really quick, Toggy. I've
Mhm.
actually never met him.
That is correct.
Yeah,
You've never met him, so those insight rolls would never have applied. My mistake.
cool. Just making sure it wasn't a different voice. I heard a voice in some of mine where Cork was furious. He felt abandoned by his brother. And who's the one you're talking about?
He's a vampire that helped guide me. The rest of us before you were a part of our group. To the sanctuary. It's been there for who knows how long. I don't remember if I've asked him. hundreds of years,
Well,
at least.
he might have been a vampire for thousands. It seems that Korik is part of the fallen Netherese Empire turned into some other place starting with an X that's name I don't particularly remember. It seems like his penance is the tip of the iceberg with that one. But in one of the paintings that I saw, it seemed he had abandoned Cork and stated that they weren't those people anymore. Their ideals died. I don't know if that's them turning to a darker cause or them turning from it.
It's in my grove. I would assume he's turning from it.
I hope so. At least his ones weren't the worst. Cork's were the worst.
As you say that, Vindemir, you reach out to the painting. Again, nothing but whispers as Hazonia kind of leans in and tries to discern what you're discerning.
I don't hear anything with this one. I'm sorry. Is it? I'll show my notes. Maybe any of the names stand out, or anything else that I can do to help.
All I heard when I was gazing upon this piece was, "I love you, Korik. Let's walk into the hells together." And the voice, it's just buzzing in the back of my head, and I can't place it.
At that moment, Quintus, you complete your spell of Detect Magic, and you open your eyes with that sheen of white that flashes over them, and you are nearly blinded.
Everything's magic.
Everything is magic.
Everything is magic.
And I need you to make an Arcana check to try and hold back the information, because at this point it's like it's about
Everything's magic.
it's the Mississippi River kind of funneling into this is going to be a straight Arcana check. This is not gaining information. This is controlling your magic enough, because it's like it's the Mississippi River being flowed into a PVC pipe, basically.
A PCP pipe.
That's it.
It's
you
like
smoke
the Mississippi
PCP.
River in a PCP pipe.
Do
Yo,
you smoke
Quintus, you're
PCP?
gonna fucking die, dude.
19.
19. You have to close your eyes. It's too much information. You have to close your eyes.
I'm assuming Finn and I see this happen.
Yeah, you hear a yelp and struggling as you see Quintus rubbing at his eyes. It's your choice to end the spell or not, Quintus.
I'm going to close my eyes for a second. I'm going to rub my temples and collect myself.
Safari and
skeleton through his closed eyes like he would with a nuclear bomb.
Safari and Calliope, you both hear this yelp of discomfort coming from Quintus as well, if you want to head over.
Make sure he's not fucking dying.
Okay. Do you go as well, Calliope?
I'll take a step towards, yeah. Make sure he's in view.
Okay. Oop.
Oh no, we're dead. I'm alive. I'm dead. I'm alive again.
Okay. Quintus.
I could use some help, please.
What's wrong?
Everything all right there? What did you do this time? Did
Well,
you touch another cursed artifact?
I'm attempting to detect magic, and it seems as if everything is.
I mean, the paintings are literally whispering to us remnants of the past. I would expect that that's not mechanical.
If I open my eyes, I'm going to be bombarded by all the arcane information that is contained within this potentially ancient magical fortress. And all the magical paintings within.
You need blinders?
Of a sort.
Do you want me to stand behind you and put my hands on either side of your eyes so you can only look at a certain amount at once?
Am I still wearing goggles, actually?
I mean, on your forehead.
That's probably registering as magic too. So I'm going to take the goggles and make sure that they're out of my peripheral.
Yep. Here, let me grab my goggle. Ah!
Let me put my goggles that help me see in the dark when I'm
Like
surrounded
sticking
by
candles
only
in your
light.
eyes.
Like pointing a telescope at the sun.
I don't know why I'm imagining Quintus
first.
casting the spell, closing his eyes, and just hearing the Windows reboot sound.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Wow.
I'm going to follow the direction and shut off the sides of my vision. And I'm going to open one of my eyes.
go ahead and give me Arcana check as a straight roll. You are limiting your vision, but you're getting assistance from Safari. It's a lot, so just straight roll it.
It's better. That's 26.
That's enough. You are able to now discern things a little bit more carefully. What are you trying to discern?
I'm trying to discern what school of magic the fortress is giving off of.
A lot of abjuration, a lot of enchantment, a lot of necrotic, and something binding that all together. Transmutation, maybe?
And then I'm going to slightly steer my vision towards the closest painting, and is that
It's
illusion?
it's a little bit of illusion, but mostly enchantment. Illusion seems to be more of a binder to supplement enchantment.
I'm going to close my eye, and I'm going to say, Isonia, you mentioned something about a hellscape and languages. Did it sound more throaty or more glottal?
Talk, you tell me.
Make an insight check to figure out what
What he's even
Quintus is
asking.
saying.
Oh, good. 26.
More glottal, whatever
Glottal.
that means. But it's You think you get the gist.
I'm basically asking if it's more,
Glottal.
if it sounded more like infernal or more like
I know
Abyssal.
exactly what you're saying. Yeah, you think it sounds a little bit more abyssal than
Yeah.
infernal.
More
Infernal
abyssal
is
than
more
infernal.
clipped, more throat and very eloquent in its way, and its harshness. Abyssal is just guttural. It's almost like a bullfrog expanding the throat and just letting out these syllables.
Gross.
if someone could help me get over to it and I could try to listen, I know what language it might be speaking. I'm going to keep my eyes closed if someone might guide me.
I'll
I was gonna say, who's closest to him?
I'll take him by the shoulders and just look at Hazonia.
Okay.
Oh, so
Move
hard
him
with this
over.
mouse.
Sorry. It does wonders for my wrist, though.
Oh, I'm sure. But anyway, are you now going to open your eyes and try to perceive?
Yes.
All right. Give me a perception check with disadvantage. Well, it's a straight roll because Zafari's helping you, so.
Okay.
I'll just like cup his ears for him.
Let's see. +1 is a 17.
All right.
Love that for you.
So you hear the same thing, the screaming, the inhuman laughter, the almost alien tone that everything's around, and you just feel as if you're planted in an alien place. The ground, you get the sense of the ground itself being offended by your presence. And then the abyssal language pops in. Do you understand abyssal?
I do.
That one he does speak.
You would.
It's
Fucking nerd.
You fucking would.
It's chanting. It's spell casting. And more importantly, it's coming from the throats of not only demonic individuals, but from the throats of larynxes that are dried and desiccated. You can hear Cork screaming somewhere in the middle of all of that. And this one's hard to place. Yes, it has a vampire sort of esoteric feel to it. At the same time, there's something else of Korik, but you're not sure. And it recedes back to whispers. Calliope, make perception check for me. Or I'm sorry, what is your passive perception? Oh, she's gone. Moving on. You'll never know.
No, she's back. She's back.
What's your passive perception, Isaac?
16.
As you pass by the staircase, a smell hits you.
Smelly smell. That smells smelly.
Music.
Boy, why does it do that?
I literally have no idea. Eventually, when I have the time, I'm going to. I saw something on TikTok about a TikTok bot that plays music, and not just from YouTube, but from everywhere. So eventually, I'll get that set up. But
Everywhere. There's this really cool band I just saw on Facebook. Do you think you could play their music?
In any case,
I need to buy that.
as you pass by the stairwell, you smell something fetid. Like bile, almost like a faint, just that smell of blood that you as adventurers know so well.
Mm-hmm.
It's faint. It's very faint, but you smell it as you pass by the staircase. In any case, you get that information, Quintus.
It's definitely abyssal and spellcasting therein.
I recognize the spell.
What would that be, Dougie? To see if I can identify what the
That would be
somatic
an
components
Arcana.
are.
That would be an Arcana check 30.
So I need to get a nat 20, boys.
God damn!
Inspire him.
I believe
I'll
in you.
bardically inspire you.
Oh?
Can he do that?
Can I do that?
You recognize the thinking face that Quintus gets whenever he's trying to really focus and try to piece something together. So if you want to bardically inspire him in such a way to help him focus, go for it.
Is bardic inspiration magical?
It's a magical ability. Yeah.
I was just curious because would the castle let us is what I was more so.
I don't
getting
know
at.
if it's because nothing about it says that it's magically inclined, right?
It's
Just kind of bolsters you, feeling good about
Like
yourself.
you could consider it like a leadership thing, or it could be a supportive thing. It's like
it's
giving
pretty
somebody
magical.
advantage.
It's
All right,
pretty
it's
magical.
Okay, it's magical.
That's a D10, right?
It's a D10, yeah. So it's up to you,
Yeah.
Findamir, if you want to.
Still only a D10? Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Damn, dude. Thanks for making me feel like less of a man. Yeah, so I'll take a moment and be like, if there ever were trying times, these are them. And we need to work together. And we can surely use the best of you right now, Quintus.
Right.
Dig deep.
Winky face.
All right, go ahead and roll it.
Wink.
Okay. So that is a 10 on my d20, a 10 on the d10, and a 10 bonus.
So that's 30
30.
exactly.
Woo!
Wowzers. Look at
You
that.
love to see it, folks.
Poggers.
Poggers, guys.
I would just like to remind you that I did not ask you to roll advantage because that does imply that Gorion is being used. So this is all on you, Quintus. You kind of kneel down in a like squat position and kind of just with the blinders on, almost in a fetal position, a position of comfort as you're just kind of running through what they were saying. And as you remember the words of the abyssal language, it kind of hurts. It's a language that human speech or mortal speech is just offensive. It's not meant for your tongues, not in this lifetime at least. But you push through it, and you start kind of feeling out as you understand abyssal. You start kind of feeling out the chanting and what it's trying to do, and it is pure necromantic magic. And most necromantic magic in a ritual format such as this is meant to do something, maybe with a spirit. Binding has to be doing with binding, and it has to do with binding. And if it's this long, because you get that sense of days upon days of chanting, something is being bound to something dead. And you notice the two voices of Korik. Something is being bound to Korik. And that's what you get with a 30.
Abyssal necromancy. Binding a spirit. Is this something to do with Orcus?
You don't see Gorion, but you can feel his approval in the back of your mind.
Something was bound to him. Something dark, something evil. By evil.
Do you think he wants to break it? I think that's what he meant by being almost free.
Really quiet if you're talking.
Yeah, you are very quiet, Lindsay.
Sorry.
If we go ahead.
Do you think he wants us to help him with that? Is that why we're useful to him? Maybe that's what he meant by him being free or almost free.
Perhaps. My theory is that but out of character, has Findamir shared everything that we have heard so far throughout the boat?
Not
Pages?
Not yet, because that's going to be its own investigation roll. I'm waiting till all of you are done wanting or just run out of portraits to see. But not yet. That's the answer.
Okay. I do not know if his lack of weakness is necessarily the magic of the building or the magic of perhaps this binding. This is just a theory I'm working on. I need to know more.
You're muted, Lindsay.
Should we keep looking at the paintings then?
Quintus, if I could borrow you in your vision afflicted state, just kind of lead him to the painting to the right. I just want you to...
Oh,
Do you recognize this voice?
A voice?
There's someone else in this memory. Someone I can feel in my bones. I know I've heard their voice before.
Male?
It was male, right?
yes.
I open a single eye with the blinders.
Yeah, perception, straight roll.
19 on the die.
Give me an insight check.
Not my best, guys. Not my best. That is going to be a +1 for...
We're never gonna figure out who this is, are we?
You guys aren't. I fucking did.
So what? Who do I think it is with a nat 1? Like,
Jesus.
You've never heard this voice in your life.
is that Timothy?
That's not a name I recognize. Oh. I feel like I'm
Safari,
losing my mind.
at that mention, do you look at the portrait?
Of course I did.
Roll perception. Everyone's just gathering around this one portrait.
Natural 20.
You hear the voice of Malar, otherwise known as Terran.
Yeah. I look at Hazonia and Quinn and Finn.
Calliope,
I
are you
know-
still around the corner?
I've got something else I'm doing.
Okay. Just real fast, Fairy, what'd you say?
You've all met him. It's Malar.
Malar! Yeah.
The vampire at the spring.
Yes, yes.
Oh my god. Thank you, Safari.
You're welcome. I heard his voice and one that I was looking at as well.
Calliope, what
At
are you
this
doing at
point-
this moment?
Sorry.
I'm going to take a 4th level spell slot, convert it into sorcery points, get 6 sorcery points, change that to two different second level spell slots. Okay, that takes a bonus action.
Okay, sure.
4th level. Sorry, I'm marking this off because I didn't want to do it before I said anything. I'm going to cast invisibility and go down the hole.
Okay, are you trying to be sneaky about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. If you're not going to spend a sorcery point to make it subtle, I need you to make a sleight of hand. And with past perceptions, people can definitely hear you cast.
Even if my passive perception is 11.
With
I
my
mean, it's
passive
not
insight,
your-
Can I realize that it's intended to be subtle?
No, basically,
Just sleight of hand.
Calliope is trying to subtly cast a spell without the aid of her power against, frankly, Calliope and Zafari.
This is a sleight of hand, not a deception or
Against
anything like that?
Calliope, don't I have a very high passive perception at
I'm sorry, Zafari. What is your past perception, Findamir?
16?
Mine's
16?
23.
23, yeah, because I believe Hazonia. I mean, you could potentially if she flubs the sleight of hand, but frankly, Zafari and Hazonia are the ones that can see shit that I cannot hide from. Mainly Hazonia.
So, fun fact: I don't have proficiency in sleight of hand,
Okay,
so that's only going to be a 23.
23.
And both are passive, right?
I rolled
Beats it,
a
beats it.
natural 19, but I don't believe I pass
Not Hazonia's.
not Hazonia's.
So, meets it, beats it.
Yeah,
Um,
beats it.
So
That actually means that you see it, I believe.
correct. So Zafari and Hazonia, both of you kind of look over to see where Calliope is, and you can see her muttering something and then disappear. Quintus and Finamir, you both are oblivious.
My eyes are closed, so
True. I don't think you would have been able to. Yeah, even with your
-5 on your
passive.
passive.
Exactly.
Means your passive perception is what? Like a based on
6.
your stats, maybe
Six.
maybe an 8.
Maybe a 78.
But yeah, Calliope or Zafari and Hazonia, you see
Zephonia.
Calliope disappear, and yeah, you can see the impressions of the carpet as Calliope walks away.
Calliope!
I'm going down the hole that we're not supposed to go down.
So you are tempting fate.
What do you mean not supposed to go down?
The metal, the stone arch that we were told specifically.
Stone door
specifically we told might be dangerous.
Wasn't that in the
Correct.
throne room?
That's in the throne room.
Oh,
is
so
a
the
whole-
one that's right
you're,
next to us?
You're totally allowed to go down there if you
Oh,
want.
but I'm just going down there.
Okay.
Not even a fucking. I thought that was the other thing. I'm just going down there. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would have changed the spell slots, but I wouldn't have cast invisibility if I thought that was the other one.
Okay.
I was going invisible because I thought it was going to be dangerous in there.
Fair enough. Okay, so you
I just leave down there.
at that point you all notice Calliope just turn and leave and head down the stairs, except for Quintus, who's kind of blind at the moment.
Somebody grab her. I need to make sure that my Orin can touch her. Grab Quinn.
Do you all follow Calliope? Okay. I do not have a section of the map for this because I could not find anything that was sufficiently grotesque. So,
Sure.
You walk down the stairs, Calliope, and you hear footsteps follow you quite quickly to meet up with you. As you walk down, the smell gets stronger. It's more rancid, more fetid. It smells of rotten meat. It smells as if the remains of a butchery thrown out back, personified.
Mhm.
And it's dark. It gets darker all the way down. The dark vision having to kick in as it stretches up before you. You go down a solid 100 feet before you can see a landing that leads out to a larger room. And the smell is disgusting. I need everyone to roll Constitution saving throw.
Plus
5. Plus 5, yes.
22.
22. Okay. I'm just gonna say the
Still
DC.
counts
The
as
DC you need to beat is 18.
For con,
Con, yes.
plus what's the plus?
Plus 5.
Wait, well, how much was it?
Plus
wow,
5.
I got a 21. You said 21 is what we need to beat, or 18?
18. 18 is what you need to beat.
To
Plus
beat
21.
Yep.
I
that
got
18
a-
on the dot with all the bonuses.
I got
Awesome.
22.
22. Quintus?
I got a nat 20 for 24.
Fucking great.
Fuck off.
Okay.
None of us vomit.
All of you steel yourself and you're able to continue walking forward.
Oh, okay.
I'm nose blind, as well as regular blind.
Otherwise, there is something else about this stench. It's almost as if, I don't know if any of you have ever been to a dead animal drop-off zone, where it's just basically this large metal silo where they
A
just
slaughterhouse.
not a slaughterhouse. There is such a thing that exists around here, at least, of basically this just giant metal tube, which is basically a massive animal compost pit. It's massive, it's huge, and you just throw dead animals in, and the smell is one to immediately
Jesus.
make you just gag, vomit, and just have to run away. And that's this feeling that you get as you walk in. As you step into the landing, lights blare to life, magical torches along the walls. And before you is about maybe 30 or 40 bodies hanging from the ceiling in a almost church-like way of just rope or wire suspending them. These elves just being suspended in the air with wire and rope and chain are eviscerated with their intestines and innards and guts hanging on the floor, stretched out but still connected to those bodies. The veins in their arms are slit open long ways, so they are stretched out like trees. And those veins so meticulously connecting to other veins of other nearby elves. Blood running through the veins, as you can see in the dim light torch. All the elves' face, the eyes alight. Their heads move ever so slightly towards you all. All dangling, all resembling interconnected trees. Their viscera, their veins connecting to each other one by one, dotting throughout this massive, otherwise empty room. And in the far end, you see Erythor. Just sat on the back of the wall, seemingly unharmed. Just blood dripping onto him like rain.
I pop off a divine sense.
You sense no undead.
I'm gonna run over to him.
Okay.
I'll follow close behind her.
There's a realization that hits you, Safari. I need you to make an insight check with that divine sense.
$24.
There's a sickening, gut-wrenching realization that you sense no undead. You know that there's some necromantic magic at play, but otherwise these people are still alive. Held, suspended in some way. Their viscera hanging on the floor, like the trunks of a tree.
Just gonna keep that to myself for now.
You run over to Erythor, who is eyes wide, just kind of staring up, almost in a comatose state, Calliope, as you rush over to him. He's just kind of mouthing words, and as you lean in and reach out closer, and as you're running past, the moaning of the elves start to gather. But many of them, their jaws are either splayed open or broken, or tongues stapled up to the roof of their mouth. And as you're so focused on Erythor, you reach in and kind of listen in, and he's just repeating the words over and over and over again, the ones that he sent you through his message, including the screams, but they're just whispered.
I'm gonna, as I run over, kind of like, even because blood and viscera, things like that, I'm gonna kind of almost slide down to him and kind of just like reach up and like wrap my hands around his face and kind of like pull him into my, like, the nape of my neck and just kind of hold him as tight as I physically can.
Can I medicine check him?
Absolutely. Go ahead and medicine check as you kneel down next to him. What are the rest of you doing? Or did you run into the installation room, Findamir, Quintus, and Quintus?
Is my detect magic still going?
It is, and it's actually
Go blind.
quieter. It's quieter down here. You still see the walls themselves exude magic, and the people themselves interconnected so meticulously. You can see the evocation magic and necromantic energies kind of interplaying with each other. You've recognized this magic has been used on you many a time. Some sort of healing at work, but something darker.
We came down like a hallway staircase to get here, right? Like a narrow...
Yeah, you're like well below ground.
So I haven't gone into the room itself, but I want to turn around and look up the stairs. Hold on, I have to sneeze.
Sure.
Bless you.
Anyway, I want to look up the staircase.
As you look up the stairs, you can see that obsidian figure
I had a feeling.
turn and just walk out of view. Findamir, what are you doing?
Staying with the group.
Okay,
And I'm
so
gonna-
the group is split currently on the other side of this like
Yeah.
60-foot long hallway. So where are you going?
And then I'm gonna follow Calliope.
Okay.
I just want to kind of yell into the room because I haven't entered yet. But it was like, if we aren't supposed to be down here, we don't have much time.
What would you roll for medicine, Safari?
I rolled a 27.
Okay. He's fine. Health-wise, he is perfectly fine. In fact, there's something magical happening with him. Heart rate's maybe a little high, but otherwise, he's healthy.
Cleansing touch.
Arathor eyes go wide and go, what? Where? Damn
Maybe it's kind of fitting.
it. Kinda.
You should vomit.
You hear him retch a few times, but he gains his composure and is able to stomach down the bile. What happened? What happened? Why am I here?
I don't know. You're at what was once the Summer Palace or something.
This looks nothing like it.
It's probably not the Summer Palace.
The Summer Palace is in the lake.
The moaning gets louder. You see, with that moaning, vibrations down the chain, you can see the squelching of the organs move and sway. Ones that are not fully attached to the ground yet.
Can we get him out of here safely? What's
From near you, Hazonia, you hear footsteps coming down, and you see Korik walking down jauntily.
I have a feeling that that he probably counts as not stealing from him.
I'm just gonna lean and try to put my arm out to kind of block
He
the.
stated if we
doorway.
take anything that we don't keep it. I'm not keeping him in this room.
we haven't left with him?
You hear Korik say to you, Hazonia, "Ah, you found my installation! My art installation!"
I was about to ask another one of your art pieces, your handiwork.
Yes, it's very it's supposed to be very emotionally driven, very lot of nuance, but also very obvious.
I have to say, I've never been one for sculptures. I prefer the other mediums.
Oh, that is shame. I
Take it, and as he walks down to the landing and looks into the hall, and all of you surrounding Arathor is like,
Ah, I see you found him. Do not worry, he is unharmed. Simply motivation for you to come here, to fetch. He is more than welcome to leave now, if he so wishes.
Fantastic. And the others?
What others? Oh, no, if others come seeking for them, sure, maybe, but it's quite useless. They are, you see, continuous pain on the body does wonders on the mind. Dark wonders, obviously. Unfortunately, as he kind of walks up to one hanging, he just kind of gently lifts in the air, floating, and just kind of pokes at the head of a random elven woman. No real reactions, just still moaning, still guttural, still staring. Their minds, unfortunately, are broken. And I doubt without the magic suspending them, they would, he floats back to the ground, last very much longer. So they're not really people anymore. They're just more of, they're more objects, really.
You know that for a fact.
Oh, yes, quite. I've had a lot of practice to lead up to this sort of installation. I've always wanted to do something so alive.
I think you
I'm
probably
gonna
better
help.
stick to paintings.
I'm gonna help Calliope get Erythor up.
Kind of looks around at Findamir's comment and go, there is something about this. I mean, you have to admit that with all this work that went into it, there's something to be said for it, but
Well, it's moving,
I think
powerful, but
you're.
I think it lacks the finesse of a true master. It's more like a kid,
I think you're trying too
Desperate.
hard.
desperate for attention.
he kind of
I'm-
just snaps his fingers and points to you and Zafari Findamir and just goes, that is exactly it. This is just too much. It does feel like I'm trying too hard. I feel like it doesn't come naturally, I feel. Would you say you agree? I need all of you to make constitution checks again since you're staying in this room.
Even me, I'm not in the room. I'm still.
You're still so close to it.
Yeah, I guess it's still.
Were you close to Zafari?
You and
Calliope,
Erythor are.
Findamir, Calliope, and Erythor are all next to Zafari. I don't know where you are, Quintus.
That's a +4 bonus.
Plus 5.
It's
It's a
plus five now.
bonus. Nice.
So
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
close
wow,
enough.
That's pretty good.
I
You're
am
not close enough, Hazonia.
I'm not close enough.
Yeah, so Quintus, you're not. Yeah, so you two, constitution checks.
Just the twins and Erythor.
+5 brings it to a dirty 20.
Perfect, you're good. Findamir?
Oh, I got a natural 20. It's in
You're
the chat.
you're very good. Erythor's fine. Quintus and Hazonia?
That's an 11.
17.
Oh.
So close. I got a
his-
dirty 20.
Hazonia, you gag once, gag twice, almost held it down, and then you just turn around and just retch in the room. And your eyes almost go blind from the stink, the view. It assaults the mind and the senses. Quintus, unfortunately, without a second thought, you empty whatever is little in your stomach and you continue to retch
Dry heave.
dry heave over and over and over again until you have to grasp the wall for support.
As
You two are considered incapacitated at this point for the round.
Okay.
as we carry Erythor up, as we're going closer to the stairs, and we get to Korik.
Mm-hmm.
Is Zafari probably the only one who'll see this because she's the one who's closest to that, unless there's someone else on the stairs?
Hazonia.
Hazonia, but she's incapacitated, so she
Okay,
really
so
is in
probably
no
Zafari.
position to see anything.
It's a very similar thing that you saw to when Quintus was like, I lost the book, I handed it to a lich. Where it goes from like very, very angry to like very, very calm.
I know that.
Right.
I know that.
And she's just
calm.
gonna quietly, as she passes him, go, this is easily your weakest work. Going for a cheap shock factor. That's not even intelligent. I'm disappointed.
Leads
Pass
him back in just that briefest window of you pass by, and just a dry smile and all the hint of civility gone, just a whisper back, and for a second, not even with an insight roll, you just see something sinister behind the eyes, something dark, twisted, and wholly unredeemable. Just go back into you and say, but I think it did its job. No.
Doc, sure. For an art piece.
We need to get him out of here, Clive.
At that point, the round concludes. You can you get back your senses as Quintus and Hazonia can weakly kind of gain your footing weakly. Do we lose Keenan?
No, I'm still right here.
Okay.
Hello.
Just swallowed by the void.
Sorry.
Ah!
My seat keeps on sinking, so I probably have to like lift it up. I got a new monitor and it's massive, and my chair like slowly sags down over time.
Gotcha.
Costco has a really great computer chair. Can recommend.
I'm one of those guys. I'll spend $1 million on my girlfriend, but I will spend $0 getting me the things that I need.
Fair enough. I know that
That's a
feeling.
big mood.
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Beach sister.
All of you make your way upstairs, Korik leading the way, and Erithor stepping weakly, kind of having to hobble with his one leg, kind of using you as a crutch, Zafari and Calliope. And as you reach the top, Korik looks over and goes,
So, Erithor, would you like to be sent back home, or would you like to stay?
Erithor looks over to you, Calliope, and just whispers to you, I'm completely tapped. I have nothing left.
So are most of us. But you should go. This is enough that you need rest.
Why are you here?
You said a lot of things, but come now.
Did I? What did I say?
You told us not to come.
No, I didn't.
He made you. And he's smart enough to know that that would make me come running.
Just looks over at you, or just looks over at Korik and says, damn you, monster. He just starts to pull up a cantrip.
I'm gonna
I
grab
Smack
my
his
Put
hand
his
out
hand
of the
down.
way.
Right,
Live to fight another day, Erithor.
right.
And knowing you, I'm sure you'll be very useful on the outside.
Findemir, can you teleport him? To Ruith, do you have the ability?
No. But I think I know a man who does. And then I'll look to our host.
Of course. Kind of
Thank
just
you.
claps his hands. As that happens, out from the dining room, a gnome walks out. Similar to what you've seen, Hazonia. You see the gnome step out, kind of a scowl on his face.
Let me just double check.
Yes, you see a gnomish man walk out. Large mutton chops that flare outwards in a spiky black hairstyle, very bulbous nose, very wide mouth, strong chin, and as he kind of walks out in these flowing robes, very a wand at his side that is incredibly flamboyant, despite his dark blacks and purples of the cloak that he wears now. He looks over at Korik. He goes, "What shall be done?"
If you would be so kind as sending off our guest here back to Ruith, feel free. Go ahead. You know the teleportation circle, I assume.
Of course, my lord.
Um,
Findemir, make me a perception check.
Make me a perception. And it's
You're a perception check.
your perception check. It's 18.
18. Gosh, that little gnome looks familiar. At least the features do. Hair's a little different.
Is he inventor? No.
As you say that, as a player, because I'll give you that, he is. The features kind of match. He looks an awful lot like Corkle.
Corkle?
Corkle Grimfeather, the inventor of your gnomish
Are you
expando shield.
Grim Feather, and whooshing, pop the shield out.
Rogel goes ahead and starts to walk as he magically starts to levitate Arathor, and he stops and just looks over to you, Findemir. Just goes, "How do you know that name?" And looks to your shield. looks
Been
over to
inventor.
Korik and goes, "Are they truly useful, my lord?"
I understand, but if and when they find themselves to be unreceptive or violent, the half-elven man will be all yours.
You see Rogel look back at you and go, "Good. Very good." And just continue to levitate and move Arathor out the door. As Arathor turns,
Look back at my friends. What the fuck just happened?
Bad blood, I would assume.
Sibling, cousin.
Stepfather, father, grandfather.
Arch
Pointed
nemesis?
twin.
Yes, something unpleasant. Well,
I was going to
not
ask
the
if I could insight when
reaction
he.
I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if I could insight when they mentioned, the teleportation runes to Ruith.
insight, what are you
something-
trying to divine?
Whether or not he's actually sending him there.
Sure, roll insight.
And not the front part where all the dead things are.
22.
You get the feeling that they're telling the truth. And not only are they sending Tim to Ruith, they know the teleportation sigils.
Well,
Oh,
Gee, I wonder who they got those from.
how do they know that?
You see
not like they
Arathor.
had most of the
Correct.
council in their back pocket for a long time.
Oh yeah,
True.
that too. Never mind. See, it's not always me, guys.
I'm just kind of standing there going, I know we shit on Quintus a lot, but they did have 2 council members in their pocket. Just saying.
It's not always me, guys.
Just putting this out there, it wasn't me this time shitting on Quintus.
That's fair. It was just everyone else.
Everyone else.
I didn't do it. Fuck you guys.
I regret nothing.
You see Arathor being flowed out. As he's being flowed out, he looks weak, and you can see him try to speak out and say something to you, Calliope, but he is disoriented. He is still coming out of that fugue state he was put under. And he just kind of just reaches weakly out to you. Give me an insight check.
I'll cup her ears.
That actually was. That's a 24.
Fuck. All right.
That's 2 insights in a row that are above 15.
So with that perception,
Insight.
with
not
that
perception.
I'm sorry, yeah, insight. With that
Wait, the-
insight,
They're the same. Doesn't matter.
anyway,
Well,
with that insight, you see you're immediately transported to a memory back in the tower. You made a mistake and you released something dangerous, and you thought Arathor, once he sealed it back, was going to be angry at you like he usually is, reprimand you in his normal manner, but the expressions right now are the same. Just fear. Are you going to be all right? Are you hurt? Is there anything I can do?
I'm just gonna look at him, gonna give him as he's walking away, like a knowing look, and just shake my head.
You see the tears start to flow. He
Look
just
at Mustard.
hangs his head, neither shame or disappointment. As Rogel, as you now know him, floats him down the hallway and out of sight. Korik stares down the hallway, looks back to the rest of you.
So, is there more that you like to explore or look at the galleries, or shall we begin dinner?
I was enjoying the story of the galleries for the most part.
Then be my guest. Please, continue.
Is there anything specifically you enjoyed the highlight of? I know some of them are more interesting than others.
This hallway has hidden gems. The trophy room has some good bangers, as they are. My study also has a few of them. It really is up to personal taste.
Are any of them made from sentient beings, as the one downstairs was?
You mean the canvas? Or... Oh, all the canvases are made out of tanned mortal beings. Preferably not the scaly ones or the furry ones, but those of, like, human, elves, halflings. The canvas is stretched and tanned appropriately.
Right, something to bind the memory to it.
Absolutely. See, your sorceress cleric friend is very, very wise.
Music.
Boss.
Right, it's just the simplest way of doing it. Anyways.
It's despicable.
Inelegant, I think, is the proper words.
Oh, now you're just all being petty.
Every
Well,
artist has their
or
style.
we just have better taste.
Oh, you are wounding me.
I'm just gonna walk
I
down the
do
hall towards a
appreciate your work,
picture
but
that I haven't looked at.
An artist requires the proper medium. What are you? Some lackluster serial killer?
Serial killer, no. If I had to classify myself, I would call myself
A war criminal?
possibly.
Doesn't that require a war?
That is very true. When I'm involved,
If
there
anything,
is
I
no
think
war.
Why don't we
the
just settle it normal,
magics
criminal?
require-
Well, that's not exactly
really
true.
using human flesh is the best you can do. Right?
I mean, if
Some
there's
petty
no...
necromancer, some backwoods witch.
He just smiles at you.
Enough. We have more paintings to see and a dinner to eat. And a conversation to be had.
Right.
Please, holler if you need anything. I am your host.
Just smiles genuinely. And just kind of walks back into the dining room. Another obsidian statue, oily figure taking its place. Lifting off of the ground of his shadow and just standing there.
Well, what do we think? I don't know how much good we're doing here. I think maybe it's best we just get down to the brass tacks.
I do think we have plenty of knowledge on who he was. I don't think that matters much anymore.
Also, to pity a monster is sometimes not the best route.
If he truly had remorse, then he would be at the Grove like his brother.
Maybe some of our party may be of the ilk to forgive all those that can be forgiven. I am not such a being.
Doesn't want to
Be
be.
forgiven if they haven't walked down the path of evil too far.
And too far is what?
This.
Zafari just smiles.
How about murdering a whole town and summoning a tracker lich?
We're not. These are different situations. As much as I don't.
I think my concern is valid. I think having the knowledge that restraint will not be held here is important. A unified front rather than a divided force intent on redeeming him and the other half are intent on stopping him.
We need to milk him for information, and then I believe it's the best thing to keep him from doing more damage.
Just want to know who's
To be
got
clear,
my back.
just so I can paraphrase, I do believe Zafari just agreed with all of you with that last statement, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, did you hear something else, Keenan?
No, I think me and Gabe are continuing the conversation in a different direction.
Okay, just double make sure.
I think the difference is, Regnay, is that he's doing this for fun. He's trying to get a rise out of us because he finds this fun. That's why I think calling things disgusting or heinous, that sort of thing, is what he's enjoying. So, let's have a conversation. I think this house is absolutely lovely. He's made a wonderful effort. He tries too hard, but he's made a wonderful effort.
Yes, the devil can be a fine host. Now,
Shall we?
So just to
all
be
of
clear,
one mind.
you're not going to go see any more paintings or go into any more rooms or going to the dining hall. I just want to double make sure.
Which one did he say had bangers in it?
The trophy room, he said, had bangers.
I would like to see those.
All right. No more paintings. I don't think it'll do anyone any good. Honestly, I regret the amount of time we spent experiencing what he's
then-
experienced.
Then let's go. It doesn't matter.
Besides the paintings, there may be information that is valuable.
I just want to see his meeting with Zira Sastan.
Do what you will.
We used my sending stones before we came here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Just wanted to double check because I can never get it to re-up after a long rest
Mhm.
on my equipment.
All right. Are you guys heading to the dining hall or are you guys heading into the trophy room? Just want a consensus.
Seemed like it was 4 people for the dining hall, so if everyone else is going to the dining hall, I'll go.
Dining hall.
Okay.
Let's go for
Dining hall, I guess.
Alrighty.
Say it out loud. Let him know.
All right. The obsidian, shadowy statue hangs and just bows to you and just kind of walks to the door, opens it, and just kind of bows and gestures you in.
walk in, I guess.
As you walk in, you hear beautiful music of a harp as Korik is just kind of just absent-mindedly just strumming the strings on the harp one after the other.
Do I know the tune?
Give me a history check.
Well, all I do is play music, man. Come on, bro. Come on, Mr. DM
I
God,
will
Dungeon
give you
Master.
advantage on this.
Come
How about
on, my
that?
guy.
I'll give you advantage on this. Go ahead.
You said in history?
History advantage, yes.
All
Can I-
right.
Can I roll
Okay.
2 since he's my music tutor?
Wow.
No.
And wow, it's a high roll of a 14.
14 is the total?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't sound familiar, but it does have elements of songs that you have heard before back when you were learning music from possibly like Fey influence from your original bardic musical teacher.
That's a tune I haven't heard before.
Do you like it? It's I try to.
He stops playing.
I try to.
No, don't stop now. It seems
Oh.
familiar.
Continues to strum while talking.
It's very
Actually, snaps a finger as another shadow pulls itself off of the ground and starts to take its place and to play the musical melody as Cork steps away. He just steps forward and just says,
It's something that I picked up during my time wandering the Feywilds. I can only spend so much dreary time in the Shadowfell. Just needs traveling really does good for the soul.
I'll try to take a note of it. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. I'll try to
Oh, no
take
worries.
note of it and memorize the tune.
okay. Yeah, easily.
That's not how you sit in a chair.
That is not how you sit in a chair,
Is
but
he
it's
standing
how.
in a chair with a sword like that? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
It's pretty
Yeah.
daunting as far as dinner.
Yeah, it's very threatening.
Yeah, it's an
dangerous,
intimidation.
It's like, you
too.
better be
tactic,
cutting the
yeah.
fucking ham that he said he was roasting. He's like, I got a
This-
big pig for you, all cooking up, tastes like apples. I'm gonna chop it with my sword.
Establishing dominance.
He goes ahead and just pulls over and just pulls out the chair. Goes,
Please, everyone, take seats.
I went to drag my token, but I'm not in this tabletop.
Oof.
where does people want to sit equidistant from each other? Where do people want to sit?
I'll
wanna
sit
make
within,
sure-
I'll sit within 30 feet of him.
Okay,
I want to make sure that I'm within 10 feet of everybody. If
so that would
possible.
be right here.
I don't mind being right at the 1 seat away. I don't care at all.
Okay. Boom.
This is it's a big table if each chair is 5 feet wide.
That is a
Don't
big
worry
ass
about
chair,
it,
yeah.
Quinn.
I'm just gonna place it on the
5,
tip.
10,
Well,
15,
not all of us
20,
can have fucking
30,
Coric's
35.
donk.
So yeah, you're
that's
double
a-
cheeked up over here on a Saturday.
It's a
Yeah.
dump truck ass.
So you're about.
Turns out a diet of only blood is perfect for getting some fucking hams.
So you're about
Summer
15.
Palace is known for them thick, thick
Guys.
people.
So you're about 15 feet away from him now, Vindemir. Where's everyone else going?
I guess I'm tap dancing on the top of the table.
I want to
it's
be
just easier,
within 10 feet of everybody, if possible.
I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom.
Okay. Do you all try to be within 10 feet of Zafari?
That's a good idea.
Okay.
It's always a good idea. When I hit 18, it'll be 30 feet.
Yeah, then
If I hit 18.
Okay. So, as everyone takes their seat, you hear Cork clap his hands.
I think that's called snapping.
that.
Todd.
That is called snapping. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ. So
Sorry, not sorry.
you hear the clapping of the hands. A few moments later, you hear people trudging up the stairs. The doors open as Rogel returns. And leading him is a procession. Leading in is a procession of elves, all wearing these tattered clothes, like these burlap sacks. All of them are quite skinny, a little malnourished, as they're all carrying plates of food, one by the other, and just placing them onto the table and then leaving listlessly. And before you is this massive, beautiful banquet of greens, meats, the large roasted pig on the front. Two elves stay by with these bottles that fill these wine glasses with a dark, rich red wine. One of them pulls out a separate bottle and pours it into Cork's glass. Cork nods and thanks, and sets the glass down as he dismisses everyone very politely, incredibly politely. If anyone wants to give me an insight check real fast.
Sure.
Please.
I would also love to sit on the other side of the table so that Hazonia is not alone on the one side of the table.
Yeah.
You will be out of range of Zafari, if that's the case. I did this in a way that basically everyone besides Findamir, since he is the farthest, sitting next to him. So if you choose to be on the other side of the table, you are out of Zafari's reach.
I'll be out of Zafari's reach so that Findamir can be in it.
Okay.
We can move the things around just so
I know. I'm just kind of waiting for confirmation from Keaton if that's okay with him moving down a seat, because he specifically wanted to be next to him or near him. So I
You
just
could
wanna
move
see-
us down a seat.
Yeah, we could move everyone else down a seat. He also said to be within 30 feet.
That would be within 30 feet, but
Yeah.
okay.
But he might want to be, 5 feet away. We could ever just move down one seat. Works for me.
I got the natural 20.
You get the feeling that the politeness from Cork
Mhm.
is genuine, and just by the standard grading that he did with the servants, you get the feeling he knows them by name. Even, it's very polite.
What does a 15 give me?
It's weird that he's polite. But Rogel does not sit down. In fact, he just stands by the table at attention. Oh, by the way, this is what he looks like.
Kind of
He
fugly.
looks like a dick.
Yeah, he does. Anyway,
As Rogels do.
Keenan, I moved you one seat closer so you can be within Safari's aura in lieu of Calliope.
I appreciate that change. Thank you.
Again, more whispering in this room as well, as there are paintings hanging, kind of pulling at their attention, the white noise never ceasing, mixed in with the beautiful music being played in the corner by the obsidian statue of a man. And as everyone leaves and the food is left there, he just kind of sits back and goes,
Perfect. This is perfect. Please, if you feel need to after dinner to please inspect the rest of the keep, feel free. But go ahead, dig in.
and I think that's where we're going to end it for tonight, since it's almost 11.
Okay.
So,
We didn't die.
not yet.
I hated it. I'll be honest, the entire time was me writing down enough notes that I got one meme, and it's the best meme. So
Mine is not.
I sent it into the chat. You're welcome. I'm not making any other memes tonight. I was too busy taking notes to think of funny things.
All right.
Um,
That's fair.
uh,
That's fair.
That's it. That's all I got. I'll be completely honest.
Sure. Sure.
I'm gonna be
glad.
honest. There is no part of the canon that is just not. This man is so muscled that his ass is like makes the Kardashians look small. Like they're like weak. That's where he started. After that, he gained muscle.
I'm touched. I'm touched throughout the. You're muted, Keenan.
Well, I mean, you may be touched, but if he turns near us in a 5-foot radius, we will also be touched, but by something else.
I'm just touched that throughout the entire experience so far. This is what you gathered was just the fat badonk donk dump truck. That
I mean,
is,
meme wise, I have to think about the game in a very specific way to like get memes as we're going, and that did not work with this session. I have word for word every single thing you wrote for the paintings,
and there are more.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Here's where my notes for the paintings start.
Mm-hmm. Did you take notes for our paintings too?
Yes.
Nice.
Here's the thing about that. I am assuming that there's going to be a moment where Quintus just encode thoughts everything, and then just everyone just has the shared knowledge. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen.
Yeah,
but
spell slots. I don't know if he's got the spell slots.
Encode thoughts is a cantrip.
Yep.
What? Wow. Okay.
But
Seems pretty powerful for a fucking cantrip.
it is. But yeah, the art installation room was going to be the height of pure body horror. So that's where you.
That's what the question was about.
Correct.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I assumed that was going to be on us, to be completely honest.
Me too.
I
I
thought
mean,
so,
y'all haven't towed out of line yet. I mean, none of you have stepped over the line and
Not trying to die.
Not for lack of trying between Quintus and I. Quintus is like, hey, there's a thing that's chasing us down. I'm going to touch it. And I was like, there's a stone doorway we're not going through that smells like blood. I'm going there.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
looking-
no stone.
And
I
Finn
thought that
just
was the one, so
Regina
that's-
Georging the dude that can absolutely kill us with just a flick of a finger.
Absolutely.
Whatever.
That I just love that dynamic now. It's just like, do you like it, Findamir? I mean, it has notes and pellets of cashew and little hints of asparagus. I'll let you discover. Go ahead.
Saffron.
I don't
What did
know
you
who
think of the
Regina George
ratatouille?
is.
It's from Mean Girls.
It's supposed to be a dash of paprikash, but unfortunately, the whole thing fell in. Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope you all like it so far in this little mini part adventure. And
It's
yeah.
hell.
So
and I'm scared.
There's a really cool thing with the last two vampires that we dealt with, where you have like some backstory that we're getting. And last time it was the notes that we got from I can never remember the Dragonborn's name. I have it.
Bylum Rotscale.
Bylum.
Bylum.
And I don't know what about the two is different for me, but this one connects a lot more for me because there's so little that we're getting at the same time as so much. Where I'm like, oh, I'm painting this picture myself. It's like a paint by numbers, but yeah, cool. I don't know. Paint by
It's on,
numbers, fuck.
except it's on human or elf skin canvas.
Humanoid skin.
Sounds
canvas.
like medical documents in the 1950s and in the 1500s.
But yeah. Hope you all enjoyed. I'm not going to force you all to discover more within the castle, because there's definitely lots to discover, but not all of it is good. As far as like harmless. So if you choose to just leave it there and just kind of go for it. But yeah.
I like that face that you're making.
I weirdly want to know more, but at the same time, I don't know if Calliope does fully. Like there are some parts that I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to see the rest of it.
No, I totally get it. It's the gamer instinct of checking every nook and cranny, but then there's like my character
D&D
is
instinct of
disgusted.
absolutely
This is the
not.
thing. I'm not that gamer. I'll be honest. Oh no, I totally get it, but like I'm playing Hades right now, and you're right. There is I found out some things with some like you can get a promotion that does nothing but change the outside border of something, and there's like 70 fucking 3, and the sheer amount of shit it takes you to get all of that stuff is astounding. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I want to get 3 people together in a relationship. Other than that, I don't give a fuck.
I know what
I'm
you're
done.
talking about. Keenan, what are you thinking? You look very pensive.
I was thinking my Gordon Ramsay is running short. I was like,
You
okay,
fucking donkey.
enough critiquing. We're like, you chose human skin as a fucking medium. You twat! Where's the lamb sauce?
It's fucking raw.
Yeah,
Quick question.
he wants to kill people now.
I was going to ask in the moment, but I didn't get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be medicine to roll? Is there any way that we could save these people?
I would not even. I mean, you can retroactively roll a medicine check if you want, but
Not one.
maybe. Sure.
But
yeah, you could save that.
could we save them if we took them and then resurrected them in front of the Mind Flayers thing and then put them in that and ran it through power washing that shit till it came out clean?
Oh God. So I will say that not even a medicine check. That just what Cork was describing. They're still alive, but what he's describing about them being in so much consistent pain over it's like torture, but at least torture has beats where it stops for a little bit. This is just ongoing, and that ongoing just shock to the system and the nervous system, it will break a mind. And in doing so may destroy a soul. These beings unfortunately are unrecoverable short of maybe true resurrection or a wish.
Oh wait, fuck, I had something.
And that is like that's taking Cork's word at face value while looking at the devastation around you.
Yeah, it felt very Viking Blood Eagle, but connected, which was kind of cool.
Like a really gross medical human centipede.
Yeah, kind of like that German museum, the human, except less anatomical, more. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
The German one? Are you talking about the Chinese one where they had all the fucking prisoners of war chopped up and put into a million pieces?
No, I'm talking about
political prisoners.
No, I'm talking about the German museum. There's a German museum that has human
like
bodies that are
the body exhibit, I think, is
something
what
like that.
called.
It's a school and a museum all rolled in one, but people donate these bodies to this museum in Germany where they are on display. They're perfectly preserved and air vacuum.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They did the same thing, except they realized that these Chinese exhibits were they were political prisoners that had been executed. And that's why they boycotted them, because they were like, they took all these just regular civilians that had like complained about the government, murdered them, and then took their bodies and like created these like 3D, like amazing, like kind of dissections of the body where you get to see like every layer of your human existence, right? Like from like muscle to skin to everything, and they'd really break it down. So it's like scientifically very interesting, but also just like you're like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
They're not willing participants.
That did not know about that, but in this context, with that would match closer to the analogy here in this world. Except it's not political prisoners; it's just random people that he's like, boom.
You think Cork would have necro pants?
Necro what?
Pants.
Oh, yeah, he may seem like the type.
I feel like he would. I feel like he definitely would have necro pants.
I like how he's just turned into Cork, and now every time I think of him, he's got Taiki Waititi's voice. It's a crazy circle. And I'm like, what
Hey,
the
man.
fuck?
If only I had Taika Waititi just as
The
this
hammer pulls you off.
pure evil individual with just the flamboyant charisma of just like, oh yeah. No, absolutely.
We're all like, this exhibit was disgusting and horrific. And I think it is, Joe.
Yeah,
This is
it
horrific,
is John.
disgusting, and I
But
cannot
this is
wait
John,
for
right?
Star Wars.
I
Oh,
think we need
I'm
him back.
so
we need
excited for
we need
that.
him in there. We need him. I've heard Obi-Wan's getting better, but I mean,
I like Obi-Wan so far. I mean, it definitely feels like parts of it
So-
are very prequel type humor, and so it's kind of like that chase scene is like,
How's
ugh.
that
But-
chase scene, honestly, that's where I literally stopped after that episode, and I was like, after the Boba Fett chase scene, like what? I was like, what? I was like, who is in charge of this? Like,
you don't
little
want to watch
girl-
an awkward chase scene of a little girl being chased by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah, at what, like 1 mile an hour, and then like the kid ducks underneath the branch, and the
It's like,
adults like,
oh, there's no way around this.
oh,
They're like in a
it's
fucking
literally
video
like-
game.
It's like Fish Called Wanda when they're like, or in Austin Powers. And he's like, and then like it keeps going, and he's like, and then it just like keeps going. You're like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
It felt very prequel. It felt very like the prequel movies, like Episode 1, where it's kind of like this
I mean,
is.
the
the
this
chase
is-
scene in
prequels had pretty
episode?
good action scenes though, right? Because if you look at the sword fighting,
Yeah.
and like the move, like it was the stunts were good. That's whoever was involved in the stunts there, it was Boba Fett moped chase scene, like 1 mile an hour, like
Wait,
like worse than like, I mean, that's like the Three Stooges bad. It's
Yeah, it was
it's
it was
a
bad.
fucking joke.
I'm not gonna defend that.
I'm curious for Obi-Wan. How are the actual fight scenes?
They're pretty decent. It's very interesting. Not to spoil anything, but
I don't really care.
Obi-Wan is very broken as
Yeah,
a Jedi, and
yeah.
watching him try to navigate while even when he uses the Force is very stunted because he's kind of cut himself, not fully cut off himself from the Force, but he definitely has deadened himself to the Force. And so him running around using a blaster and trying to figure out ways to move forward without using the Force in the story is fascinating to me. I love it.
So
Yeah, a lot of people
uncivilized.
complain about that, but I totally agree with Tagi. It make like the way that it's working when you see him, you're like, oh, that's not Obi-Wan because it isn't. This
Yeah.
this isn't General Kenobi. This is
What?
Go
Well-
the fuck to sleep.
Oh yeah.
Make me. You're not my dad.
We're still
Yeah.
recording, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Hi, random individual who clicked on this because of algorithms. How are you doing? And thank you
I'm
for
just-
sticking to this long. Or thank you for just going to the end of the video.
Also, we're so sorry about everything we said at the beginning of the video. I don't have an excuse for that. I'm gonna
Hey,
go.
hey, random person. I don't think OJ did it.
Hey, hey,
Wait.
make sure to like and subscribe, everyone.
I think OJ did it, and it's weird that people think it's okay that he's out.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think he's,
No,
I think we're all forgetting the main thing is that the glove didn't fit, dude. It didn't fit.
All right, I'm ending it. I hope you all enjoyed the session. If you have any questions, hit me up.
I don't know how to feel about any of this.
If you got any questions about the session or any clarifications, or if you want to hit me up with some premeditated stuff that you want to do for next session, hit me up. But otherwise, I hope you all had fun, and I will talk to y'all later. Love you lots. Peace, peace. See ya.
Bye.